The Case of Nancy Powell, Rees Gorsy. Welcome to a moment of quiet reflection where the world beyond your resting place softly recedes and a narrative begins to unfold, much like the gentle uncurling of a fern in the quiet forest. Tonight, we turn our attention to a story that carries the weight of shattered dreams and the somber echoes of a life tragically cut short. A case that resonated deeply across Spain in recent years. The poignant and heartbreaking story of Nancy Powell, Rees Gorsy. The human spirit, in its boundless capacity for hope and aspiration, often embarks on journeys of profound significance, stretching across vast oceans and unfamiliar continents. Many are drawn to distant lands, leaving behind the familiar embrace of home, propelled by the unwavering belief in a brighter tomorrow. They seek new beginnings, fresh opportunities, a chance to weave a tapestry of prosperity for themselves and for those they hold dear. Yet, sometimes, the path they tread leads not to the verdant fields of expected happiness, but into the desolate valleys of pain, profound disillusionment, or in the most tragic and unfathomable instances, to an untimely and brutal end. In the relentless pursuit of these deeply held dreams, this unyielding quest for overarching goals, it becomes tragically vital to maintain an acute and unwavering awareness of the individuals who enter our lives, to discern the true nature of the connections forged in the sometimes deceptive glow of unfamiliar territories. Our narrative commences with the journey of a young Guatemalan woman, Nancy Paula Gorsy, known to many simply as Nancy Pa Rees Gorsy. She was a mother, her heart overflowing with love for her two young daughters, whose futures served as the silent yet powerful compass guiding her ambitious decisions. Her path, one of courageous sacrifice, began far from the vibrant, bustling European cities where her life would ultimately reach its devastating conclusion. Nancy, driven by an unwavering and singular determination, left her homeland in Central America. Her purpose was clear: to cross the vast, enigmatic expanse of the Atlantic Ocean in a fervent search for employment, a means to secure a future that she believed would offer her beloved daughters a decent and dignified life. Opportunities that shimmered just beyond reach in the confines of her native land. She also carried the profound responsibility of assisting her elderly parents, who depended on her nascent support. Like countless others, she bore the collective hopes and aspirations of her family within her very soul, a silent yet immensely powerful motivation for her extraordinary leap of faith into the unknown. But the woman, laden with such profound hopes, never returned home. Her story, instead of unfolding into a joyous tapestry of triumph and reunion, instead became one of the most resonant and heartbreaking true crime narratives to emerge from Spain in recent memory. It stands as a stark, chilling reminder of the unforeseen perils that can tragically lurk beneath the surface of new beginnings, transforming aspiration into an unimaginable nightmare. The first, unspeakably chilling harbingers of the unfolding tragedy surfaced with the discovery of fragments of her body. These grim remnants, disfigured and initially unrecognizable, were found with immense difficulty and painstaking effort in desolate, nearly impassable areas, places where the earth itself seemed to guard its secrets with a fierce, unyielding silence. At the time of this horrific and bewildering crime, Nancy, it was determined, was approximately 4 months pregnant. This revelation added another profound layer of sorrow, a devastating, unspeakable cruelty to an already incomprehensible act. The individual responsible for this monstrous deed, it would later be revealed, was someone Nancy Gorsy had invested her deepest hopes in, someone she had envisioned a future of love and partnership with, a person in whom she had placed her complete trust, her own partner, a man named Mario Taboada. The investigation into Nancy's sudden disappearance and subsequent murder was initiated with an urgent, almost palpable intensity, a meticulous and unrelenting quest for answers in the face of such profound and senseless brutality. The initial focus of the seasoned detectives naturally converged upon those closest to her, and specifically upon Mario Taboada. Detectives swiftly obtained warrants and began a systematic examination of the apartment shared by Nancy and Mario, a domestic space that should have served as a sanctuary of love and security, but which would soon begin to yield chilling evidence, revealing itself to be a scene of unspeakable violence. What they meticulously uncovered within those seemingly ordinary walls painted a horrifying and vivid picture. Blood traces, silent yet damning testaments to a violent, desperate struggle, were found virtually everywhere throughout the apartment. Some frantic, ultimately futile attempts had evidently been made to clean them up, to erase the damning and indelible evidence of the preceding horror. But for the most part, these stark crimson stains remained shockingly visible, even to the naked eye, mocking the perpetrator's desperate efforts at concealment. The sheer volume and the widespread distribution of the blood indicated unequivocally that a brutal and prolonged attack, one of immense ferocity, had transpired within that confined space. Beyond the stark visible evidence, investigators strategically employed luminol, a powerful chemical compound renowned for its ability to detect even the most minute, unseen traces of blood. Under the specialized, almost ethereal blue light of the forensic lamps, the apartment seemed to glow with an eerie spectral luminescence. This eerie glow vividly illuminated the true horrifying extent of the carnage, revealing a grotesque, invisible landscape of violence. Every surface, from the worn floorboards to the painted walls, seemed to weep with the spectral telltale glow of hidden blood, unequivocally confirming the apartment as the primary and central scene of Nancy's murder. It was a forensic nightmare, a silent, chilling scream etched indelibly into the very fabric and structure of the domestic space, waiting to be revealed. The initial interrogation of Mario Taboada yielded little in terms of concrete answers. He steadfastly maintained his innocence, offering vague, often contradictory, and ultimately unconvincing accounts of Nancy's whereabouts. He posited that she had simply left, perhaps on a whim, to return to her native Guatemala, or to embark on an impromptu visit with friends, without the courtesy of informing him. Yet his demeanor, a strange and unsettling mixture of forced calm and thinly veiled evasiveness, did not resonate truthfully with the experienced investigators. His chilling lack of apparent concern for his missing pregnant partner struck them as profoundly unnatural, a glaring red flag that unfurled ominously within the carefully constructed fabric of his denials. As the painstaking investigation intensified, detectives began the arduous but critical process of meticulously piecing together a comprehensive timeline of Nancy and Mario's relationship. They ascertained that Nancy had initially met Mario Taboada in Spain, a Spanish national who had seemingly swept her off her feet. Their relationship, in its nascent stages, had progressed with a notable swiftness. Nancy, with her inherent optimism and deep capacity for trust, had invested significant hope and emotional capital into this burgeoning relationship, viewing it as a foundational cornerstone for her new life in Spain, and crucially, as the stable environment she desperately desired for her unborn child. She had openly confided in friends and family, both in Spain and back in Guatemala, about her enthusiastic plans for a shared future with Mario, expressing her heartfelt excitement about the prospect of building a home and nurturing their child together. This profound hope, however, would tragically prove to be catastrophically misplaced. The intricate and sprawling case took a truly significant and chilling turn when investigators initiated a rigorous scrutiny of Mario Tabawada's past. A deeper, more forensic dive into his personal history unearthed a deeply disturbing and consistent pattern of behavior, a prior criminal record, explicitly marked by documented arrests for violent behavior, and a history of domestic abuse. These antecedent incidents, while not directly linked to murder, nonetheless painted a chilling and undeniable portrait of a man consistently capable of severe aggression, a man whose dark, violent impulses had demonstrably surfaced before. This previously established history immediately and irrevocably elevated him from a mere person of interest to the undeniable prime suspect in Nancy's disappearance and the emerging horror of her murder. The pattern of his past actions was crystal clear, a damning and accusatory finger pointing directly and unequivocally at him. Detectives also meticulously uncovered substantial evidence of escalating and increasingly acrimonious conflict between Nancy and Mario in the days and even weeks leading up to her sudden and inexplicable disappearance. Friends and acquaintances of Nancy's, interviewed during the painstaking investigation, vividly recalled hearing frequent arguments, hushed whispers of intense discord, and witnessing moments of visible and undeniable tension between the couple. Nancy, in her most private and vulnerable moments, had expressed growing and profound concerns about Mario's notoriously volatile temper and his increasingly suffocating and controlling nature. These collective and consistent testimonies strongly suggested a relationship that was not merely deteriorating, but rather spiraling dangerously, reaching a perilous precipice that ultimately and tragically culminated in the unspeakable act. The complete picture that began to emerge was not that of a sudden, inexplicable act of violence, but rather of a volatile and inherently destructive relationship, escalating inexorably to a horrifying and fatal climax. A truly critical and ultimately damning piece of evidence surfaced when investigators meticulously examined Mario Tabawada's digital footprint, scrutinizing his mobile phone records and his extensive online activity. These digital records revealed a sudden, intense, and inexplicable flurry of suspicious activity immediately following Nancy's last known and confirmed contact. There were deeply unsettling and highly suspicious search queries identified within his browse history, terms chillingly related to methods of dismemberment, the various means of disposing of human remains, and detailed searches for remote, isolated locations that would be suitable for concealment. Furthermore, his mobile phone's precise geolocation data, meticulously tracked and analyzed, unequivocally placed him in the exact desolate areas where Nancy's body fragments were later discovered. These precise timestamps and geographical coordinates directly and irrefutably contradicted his flimsy and inconsistent alibis. The digital breadcrumbs he inadvertently left behind, unaware of their future significance, became powerful and incontrovertible instruments of his eventual undoing. The forensic examination of the recovered body fragments was a painstaking, emotionally harrowing, and scientifically rigorous process. Expert forensic pathologists and anthropologists worked tirelessly and with unwavering dedication to identify Nancy, ultimately confirming her identity through meticulous dental records and irrefutable DNA analysis. The comprehensive examination also yielded crucial and granular insights into the precise nature of the attack, unequivocally confirming the extreme and brutal violence she had endured. The findings from this examination rigorously corroborated the widespread blood spatter evidence previously found and documented in the apartment, significantly strengthening the prosecution's central case that the apartment was indeed the undeniable scene of the murder, and that the subsequent dismemberment was a calculated and desperate attempt to conceal the heinous crime. The legal battle and verdict. Faced with an overwhelming accumulation of irrefutable forensic evidence, a cascade of conflicting and contradictory statements from his own mouth, and a damning and consistent pattern of violent behavior from his past, Mario Tabawada was eventually and inevitably arrested. He was subsequently charged with the premeditated murder of Nancy Rees Gorsy. The news of his arrest sent profound shockwaves throughout the local community, and notably reverberated with particular intensity among the various immigrant groups living in Spain. For many, Nancy's story was seen as a poignant, terrifying, and deeply resonant example of the specific vulnerabilities faced by individuals who embark on the courageous, yet often perilous journey of seeking new lives abroad. During the subsequent and highly publicized trial, prosecutors meticulously and systematically laid out the intricate web of evidence against Mario Tabawada. They presented the detailed blood evidence recovered from the apartment, including the compelling luminol findings, which graphically illustrated the scale of the violence. They introduced the deeply disturbing digital evidence, including his incriminating search history and the irrefutable geolocation data from his phone, which placed him at the desolate disposal sites. Furthermore, they brought forth powerful and emotionally resonant testimonies from Nancy's friends and family, who courageously detailed the increasingly troubled nature of her relationship with Tabawada in the months leading up to her disappearance. The motive, while never explicitly articulated by Tabawada himself, was powerfully painted by the prosecution as a chilling mixture of his ingrained need for control, pathological jealousy, and a desperate, abhorrent attempt to sever ties with a relationship that he no longer desired, particularly in light of Nancy's unexpected and, for him, unwelcome pregnancy. The jury listened intently as the prosecution meticulously detailed how Nancy, pregnant with hope for a future with Tabawada, tragically became a victim of his dark and violent impulses. The defense counsel, in their earnest efforts to cast doubt, attempted to discredit the overwhelming evidence presented by the prosecution. They proposed various alternative scenarios, including suggestions of accidental circumstances leading to Nancy's death, or even her voluntary departure. However, the sheer volume, consistency, and scientific rigor of the forensic findings proved to be an insurmountable obstacle for their arguments. The prosecution argued with compelling force that Tabawada, in a cold, calculated, and utterly devoid of compassion act, had murdered Nancy in their shared apartment. Subsequently, they asserted he had methodically and with grim determination dismembered her body, scattering her remains in remote, inaccessible areas, firmly believing he could erase his heinous crime without leaving a single discernible trace. The eventual discovery of the fragmented remains, however, ensured that Nancy, even in her horrific death, would hauntingly speak from the desolate earth itself, demanding justice. In Spain, the legal process pertaining to such brutal and high-profile crimes is characterized by its thoroughness and meticulous adherence to due process. The specific details concerning the dismemberment were particularly gruesome and profoundly disturbing, unequivocally revealing a profound and chilling level of depravity on the part of the perpetrator. The deliberate scattering of Nancy's body parts, meticulously placed in areas designed to be difficult to access and unlikely to be stumbled upon, spoke volumes about the perpetrator's calculated intent to evade justice and prevent swift identification. The trial powerfully highlighted the unwavering dedication and relentless efforts of the investigators and forensic teams who, despite the formidable challenges posed by the perpetrator's elaborate and gruesome efforts to conceal his actions, painstakingly gathered sufficient irrefutable evidence to ultimately bring him to justice. Ultimately, after a deliberation that weighed heavily on the jury, Mario Tabawada was convicted of the murder of Nancy Powell Rees Gorsy. The court's solemn verdict, delivered with gravity, brought a profound, albeit partial measure of justice to Nancy's grieving and shattered family, both in Spain and back in Guatemala. While the legal closure was significant, it could never truly mend the profound and devastating void left by her brutal absence. Nancy's tragic story, a harrowing tapestry of hope turned to despair, consequently became a solemn and enduring cautionary tale, its echoes reverberating far beyond the confines of the courtroom walls. It powerfully underscored the critical importance of vigilance, even within the most intimate personal relationships, and starkly highlighted the silent and often unseen struggles faced by those who journey far from their homelands in relentless pursuit of dreams, sometimes devastatingly, finding only an unimaginable nightmare. The case of Nancy Powell Rees Gorsy remains a stark, enduring reminder that beneath the often comforting veneer of ordinary, everyday life, a profound darkness can chillingly lurk, and that the most cherished hopes for a better future can sometimes lead to unforeseen and ultimately tragic ends. It serves as a somber echo, a persistent and quiet warning to remain acutely aware of the people around us, to understand and acknowledge the profound, often hidden depths of human nature and the capacity for evil that can reside within it. Her fading footprints, once leading with optimism towards a hopeful horizon in a new and promising land, instead became a grim and treacherous path marked by profound betrayal, unspeakable violence, and the chilling silence of an unread, cruelly stolen future. The quiet tragedy of her story continues to resonate, a permanent and indelible inscription in the annals of true crime, urging a collective vigilance and a deepened empathy. The aftermath, an enduring legacy. The psychological dimensions of this profound and unsettling case are as disturbing and complex as the intricate physical evidence itself. Mario Tabawada exhibited a chilling constellation of traits commonly associated with severe narcissistic and psychopathic tendencies. His absolute inability to empathize with Nancy, particularly in her vulnerable and pregnant state, and his cold, calculating, almost methodical actions in the aftermath of her murder, the dismemberment and subsequent disposal, suggested a profound and complete lack of remorse, coupled with an almost singular focus on his own self-preservation. Such individuals often perceive others not as fellow human beings with intricate feelings, aspirations, and inherent dignity, but rather as mere objects to be exploited, utilized, or ruthlessly discarded when they no longer serve a direct purpose or become an inconvenient obstacle. Nancy, in the chillingly distorted landscape of his mind, had evidently transformed into an insurmountable impediment to his envisioned unburdened existence, and the burgeoning pregnancy, for him, was an utterly unwelcome and profoundly inconvenient complication. The chilling ease and apparent detachment with which he transitioned from a professed lover to an executioner and then to a dispassionate and methodical dismemberer horrified even the most seasoned and hardened investigators. This terrifying capacity for such profound and clinical detachment is often considered a hallmark of truly dangerous and deeply disturbed individuals. Expert psychologists, providing compelling testimony during the trial, meticulously painted a detailed portrait of a personality disorder that contributed significantly to the genesis and execution of the heinous crime. They elucidated how an individual exhibiting such pervasive traits might react with extreme and disproportionate violence, when confronted with perceived threats to their personal freedom, comfort, or control. The undeniable fact that Nancy was pregnant added a profound and deeply vulnerable layer of responsibility that Tabawada was evidently either unwilling or psychologically incapable of accepting. The child, a universal symbol of life, hope, and unwavering commitment, ironically became a tragic catalyst for an act of profound death in his disturbed and malevolent mind. Beyond the stark confines of the courtroom, Nancy's case ignited vital and far-reaching conversations across the entirety of Spain, particularly within the country's diverse and often marginalized immigrant communities. It shone an unforgivingly harsh light on the specific and often overlooked vulnerabilities faced by individuals who undertake the monumental task of relocating to a new country. These newcomers often possess limited initial social networks, face daunting language barriers, and may lack comprehensive knowledge of local laws and support systems. These combined factors can render them tragically more susceptible to various forms of exploitation, insidious abuse, and in the most devastating circumstances, extreme violence, often at the hands of those they come to trust in their new, unfamiliar environment. Community leaders and dedicated advocacy groups across Spain vigorously highlighted the urgent need for increased public awareness, improved and more accessible support services, and stronger, more robust legal protections specifically tailored for immigrants, with the solemn hope of ensuring that no one else would ever fall victim in such a heartbreakingly similar manner. Nancy's story, tragically, transformed into a rallying cry for collective vigilance and strengthened communal solidarity. The media coverage surrounding Nancy's case was extensive, pervasive, and often emotionally charged, serving as a somber reflection of the public's widespread fascination and profound horror. From the initial perplexing missing person reports to the grim subsequent discoveries of her remains and the high-profile, gripping trial, Nancy's name became indelibly synonymous with the insidious dangers that can tragically lurk within seemingly normal relationships. News outlets meticulously tracked every single development, often featuring heartbreaking interviews with her distraught family members in Guatemala, whose palpable grief resonated deeply and powerfully with audiences across Spain and beyond. The media's relentless and necessary spotlight ensured that Nancy's tragic story was told comprehensively, serving as a powerful, albeit profoundly tragic, educational tool about the insidious and corrosive nature of domestic violence and its most extreme and devastating outcomes. The enduring and immeasurable impact on Nancy's immediate family, particularly her two young daughters residing in Guatemala, is perhaps the most heartbreaking legacy of this case. They were tragically forced to grow up without the loving presence of their mother, their nascent lives forever marked by the horrific and incomprehensible circumstances of her death. While the court's verdict brought a crucial measure of legal closure, it could never truly fill the profound void left by a mother's irreplaceable love or erase the deep-seated trauma of such an unimaginable loss. Their grandmother Nancy's resilient mother emerged as a powerful symbol of unwavering strength and enduring resilience. She tirelessly advocated for justice, becoming a steadfast voice for her murdered daughter, and dedicated herself to meticulously keeping Nancy's precious memory alive. Her efforts ensured that Nancy's immense sacrifice was not in vain, and that her granddaughters would grow up knowing the full, unvarnished truth of their mother's unwavering love, her boundless hopes, and her courageous dreams. The case also served as a profound and indelible lesson for law enforcement agencies across Spain. It rigorously reinforced the critical importance of treating every single missing person report with the utmost seriousness and urgency, particularly when suspicious circumstances are present involving partners or situations with a history or potential for domestic violence. It emphatically emphasized the pivotal and increasingly indispensable role of advanced forensic techniques, such as luminol for detecting trace blood, sophisticated DNA analysis, and precise digital forensics, including phone geolocation and internet search histories, in effectively solving complex crimes where perpetrators employ extreme measures to conceal their heinous actions. The multi-agency cooperation demonstrated, involving collaboration from local police forces to highly specialized national investigative units, stood as a testament to the collaborative and interconnected effort fundamentally required to bring a cold, calculated, and deeply dangerous killer to justice. Furthermore, the inherent challenges of conducting a transnational investigation involving a victim from another country and the inherent complexities of international communication and collaboration with her grieving family also starkly highlighted the crucial need for robust and standardized international cooperation protocols in such profoundly sensitive and intricate cases. Even years following Mario Taboada's conviction and incarceration, the poignant and haunting memory of Nancy Powell Rees Gorsy continues to subtly linger and powerfully resonate. Her name is frequently invoked in crucial public and academic discussions about gender-based violence, the fundamental rights and often precarious circumstances of immigrants, and the hidden, insidious dangers that can exist within seemingly normal relationships. Her story, though undeniably painful and heartbreaking, has powerfully transformed into a catalyst for positive and necessary change, inspiring concerted efforts to protect vulnerable individuals and to empower victims to bravely seek help and intervention before it is tragically too late. The quiet dignity of her brief life and the brutal, chilling reality of her death stand as a powerful, permanent reminder that the pursuit of dreams, however noble and pure, fundamentally requires constant vigilance against the insidious shadows that can unexpectedly and devastatingly emerge. The sun continues its timeless ascent and descent over the vibrant landscapes of Spain, and the powerful waves continue to crash in their perpetual rhythm upon its ancient shores. However, for countless individuals, the serene beauty of this landscape is now, and forever will be, indelibly marked by the somber and haunting echo of Nancy's tragic fate. Her story, once a deeply personal tragedy, has profoundly woven itself into the intricate fabric of the nation's collective consciousness, becoming a quiet, persistent whisper of the inherent fragility of life, the unsettling realities of human malevolence, and the unyielding, relentless pursuit of truth and justice. It serves as a stark reminder that every single person, without exception, regardless of their origin, their social standing, or their individual circumstances, inherently deserves safety, respect, and the fundamental right to live their dreams free from the terrifying grip of fear and violence. The ultimate societal goal, as it has always been and must always remain, is to prevent such a devastating narrative from ever repeating itself, to diligently work towards ensuring that the pursuit of happiness does not culminate in such profound, irreversible, and unspeakable sorrow. The silent testament of the earth itself, where Nancy's precious remains were found, continues to speak with an enduring voice, urging humanity to listen intently, to learn from past tragedies, and to tirelessly protect the vulnerable among us. As the quiet stillness of the night gently envelops you now, and the soft rhythmic sounds of the darkness begin their calming lullaby, allow the profound and moving story of Nancy Powell Rees Gorsy to drift softly and contemplatively through your thoughts. Consider the immense and quiet courage it takes for an individual to pursue dreams across vast continents, the inherent complexities and often hidden dangers within human relationships, and the unyielding, persistent pursuit of truth and justice in the face of profound and unimaginable darkness. May this powerful tale leave you with a sense of solemn awareness, a touch of quiet contemplation regarding the human condition, and a calm, peaceful heart as you gently drift into slumber, knowing with a quiet certainty that even within the deepest and most carefully concealed shadows, the unwavering light of truth and the enduring memory of a life lived will ultimately and always prevail. The Silent Gardener of Willow Creek. The town of Willow Creek was a meticulous tableau of suburban serenity, a place where life unfolded with the gentle predictability of blossoming seasons. Verdant avenues, canopied by ancient oak trees, led to homes that bespoke quiet prosperity, each framed by flower beds that exploded with vibrant hues. Yet, within this idyllic setting, certain elements stood out, not just for their beauty, but for the profound tranquility they radiated. Foremost among these were the legendary rose bushes that flourished with impossible splendor around a small, quaint cottage at the very end of Elmwood Lane. These were more than mere plants. They were the living legacy of Elias Thorne, Willow Creek's beloved, if reclusive, horticultural master. Elias, a man in his late 70s, possessed a soft halo of white hair that perpetually escaped from beneath his well-worn straw hat. His hands, though aged and etched with the lines of endless hours spent in the earth, retained a surprising dexterity and strength. He was a man of remarkable quietude, his presence more a gentle emanation than an overt declaration. His days followed a predictable, almost ritualistic rhythm of devotion to his garden. Dawn often found him among his prized blooms, the morning dew still glistening on their velvety petals, his pruning shears moving with precise, almost surgical grace. Mid-mornings were dedicated to meticulous weeding, his back bowed in a posture of deep reverence before his floral subjects. Evenings frequently concluded with him seated on his porch swing, a steaming mug of herbal tea beside him, his gaze fixed upon the fiery descent of the sun, reflecting a deep, ancient contentment he found in his solitary world. Elias's roses transcended mere plant life. They were intricate, living sculptures, each perfect bloom a testament to his unparalleled skill and boundless patience. From the deepest crimson of the black baccara to the delicate blushing hues of new dawn climbers, his garden was a vibrant, fragrant symphony that effortlessly drew admiring glances and hushed praises from every passerby. Neighbors often instinctively slowed their vehicles, drawn by the intoxicating, heavy perfume that drifted from his yard. Children, usually boisterous and unrestrained, would instinctively soften their voices as they pedaled past, captivated by the sheer beauty and silent artistry. Elias rarely engaged them in conversation, but a gentle nod or a rare fleeting smile conveyed his quiet appreciation for their respectful awe. To many in Willow Creek, Elias Thorne was more than a mere neighbor. He was an indelible institution, a quiet anchor of enduring beauty and cherished tradition. His unwavering presence had long been a source of quiet reassurance, a silent guardian of the neighborhood's idyllic facade. Then, one crisp autumn Tuesday, a subtle tremor of disquiet began to spread. Mrs. Henderson, whose morning ritual included a leisurely detour past Elias's cottage, immediately sensed something amiss. The wrought iron gate to his celebrated garden, typically left invitingly ajar, was found firmly latched. More disturbingly, the familiar symphony of Elias's daily garden activities, the soft, rhythmic snip of shears, the gentle rustle of leaves, was conspicuously absent. The air, usually redolent with the rich scent of freshly turned earth and blossoming roses, now held only the unadorned, sharp fragrance of the encroaching fall. Her initial concern swiftly escalated into outright alarm. Elias missed his customary mid-morning walk to the local hardware store. His cherished copper watering can, a battered relic, remained untouched on the porch. By late afternoon, the neighborhood's collective hum of contentment had noticeably fractured, replaced by a low, persistent thrum of apprehension. Such a deviation from his unwavering routine was entirely uncharacteristic for Elias. He was, by all accounts, a creature of habit. This sudden, inexplicable breach in his familiar rhythm was profoundly unsettling. Finally, just as the last golden light of the setting sun painted the western sky, Mrs. Henderson, her brow deeply furrowed with unyielding worry, concluded she could no longer wait. She cautiously approached Elias's front door and delivered a gentle, hesitant knock, then a louder, more persistent rap. Only silence answered. A prickle of undeniable fear traced its icy path down her spine. Retreating to the perceived safety of her own home, she quickly dialed the non-emergency number for the Willow Creek Police Department. Her voice, usually a model of calm composure, trembled perceptibly as she articulated the situation. Elias Thorne, the gardener, had simply vanished, an action entirely out of character for him. The discreet arrival of a single patrol car, its siren mercifully silent, was sufficient to draw curious, hushed glances. Officer Miller, a man with a kind, reassuring countenance, listened patiently as Mrs. Henderson recounted her anxious observations. He then approached the small cottage, its windows reflecting the fading light, like vacant, unseeing eyes. The front door, surprisingly, was found unlocked. Stepping inside, Officer Miller was immediately struck by the house's immaculate condition. Every object was precisely in its designated place. Every surface gleamed with spotless cleanliness. The air was still and quiet, carrying only the faint, lingering scent of potpourri and old books. There were no discernible signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle, no indication of a hasty or panicked departure. It was as if Elias Thorne had simply walked away. Yet, a profound sense of unease settled upon the officer. The house, despite its impeccable neatness, felt strangely devoid of life, a perfectly preserved shell awaiting its absent occupant. On the small kitchen table, a half-finished cup of tea sat beside an open book, a well-worn botanical guide. It appeared Elias had been in the very midst of his quiet evening ritual. A serene moment abruptly, inexplicably interrupted. His keys hung on their customary hook by the door. His wallet rested undisturbed on a small table in the hallway. Nothing of apparent value seemed to be missing. It was as if Elias Thorne had simply evaporated into the tranquil evening air, leaving behind only the unsettling void of his absence and the silent testimony of his perfect, unblemished home. The mystery of the missing gardener of Willow Creek had just begun its quiet, yet profound, unfolding. The initial days of the search for Elias Thorne were characterized by a peculiar blend of quiet desperation and polite formality. Willow Creek, unaccustomed to anything more dramatic than a lost pet, found itself grappling with a genuine mystery. Officer Miller, assisted by a handful of colleagues from the small local force, meticulously scoured Elias's cottage and the surrounding property. Every rose bush was gently parted, every garden gnome lifted, every patch of soil examined for signs of disturbance. The small, impeccably organized shed, filled with an array of gleaming tools, offered no clues. His well-used gardening gloves lay neatly folded on a workbench, as if awaiting his return. The immediate neighborhood became a hub of hushed activity. Neighbors, many of whom had known Elias for decades, were interviewed. They all echoed the same sentiment. Elias was a creature of habit, entirely predictable, utterly harmless. Mrs. Henderson insisted that he would not harm a fly, and certainly would not leave without a word. Mr. Peterson, 2 houses down, corroborated, noting Elias never missed a day with his roses, and expressing a feeling that his absence was simply wrong. None could offer any insight into recent visitors, arguments, or changes in Elias's behavior. He was, to them, simply Elias, the silent gardener, forever tending his roses. As the ground search yielded no immediate results, the investigation broadened. Officer Miller ran standard background checks, a routine procedure for any missing person. Elias Thorne's name, age, and last known address were entered into state and national databases. The initial checks came back clean. No criminal record, no outstanding warrants, no history of mental illness or wanderlust. He appeared to be exactly what he presented himself as, a quiet, elderly man living a simple life. However, the longer Elias remained missing, the more the mundane details of his life took on an unsettling significance. His finances were in order, but modest. He had no known living relatives, a detail that surprised few, given his solitary nature. He received a small pension and seemed to live frugally, yet comfortably. The only oddity was a series of small, regular cash withdrawals from his bank account, always on the 15th of the month, always the same amount, and always in a town nearly 200 miles away. Oakhaven. Oakhaven. The name resonated faintly in Officer Miller's mind, a ghost of a memory from an old case file he'd perhaps skimmed during his academy days. It was a smaller, more industrial town than idyllic Willow Creek, known more for its faded factories than its blooming gardens. The consistent withdrawals were curious. Elias had no obvious reason to frequently visit Oakhaven, let alone extract cash there. It was a loose thread, perhaps inconsequential, but in a case with so few leads, every thread needed to be pulled. Miller decided to investigate Oakhaven more closely. A quick search of old police reports and news archives connected to Oakhaven revealed a chilling cold case, one that had haunted the region for decades. The Oakhaven disappearance. It concerned a young woman named Clara Jenkins, who had vanished without a trace from a carnival in the summer of 1972. She was 19 years old, bright, artistic, and full of life. Her disappearance had sparked a massive search, but no body was ever found, no suspect ever definitively identified, and the case eventually faded into the frustrating annals of unsolved mysteries. It was a case that had captured regional headlines for months before slowly slipping into forgotten history. The cold case file was voluminous, filled with faded photographs, grainy newspaper clippings, and meticulously typed witness statements. As Officer Miller sifted through the dusty papers, a single detail leaped out at him, a name tucked away in the very last pages of the initial witness list. Elias Thorne. The file stated he was a casual acquaintance of Clara Jenkins, a young man who had worked part-time at the carnival during the summer of her disappearance, helping with the ride maintenance. He had been interviewed briefly, provided an alibi, which was never fully corroborated, but also never disproven, and was quickly dismissed as a person of interest. He was just one of many fleeting acquaintances who knew Clara, but not intimately. The file described him as quiet, polite, and cooperative, a description eerily similar to the Elias Thorne of Willow Creek. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Officer Miller. Could this be the same Elias Thorne? The age would fit. The quiet, almost withdrawn demeanor would fit. Was it a coincidence that Elias had moved to Willow Creek, a town so vastly different from industrial Oakhaven, just a few years after Clara's disappearance? And why the monthly withdrawals for decades from an Oakhaven bank? It was too much to simply dismiss as chance. A shadow, indeed, seemed to have quietly followed Elias Thorne for years, and now that shadow had seemingly caught up to him, or perhaps he had finally chosen to confront it. The search for a missing elderly gardener had just taken a profoundly unexpected and unsettling turn, plunging Willow Creek's quiet calm into the murky waters of a decades-old enigma. The revelation of Elias Thorne's past connection to the Oakhaven disappearance struck Officer Miller with the force of a cold, hard truth. The quiet gardener of Willow Creek, a man whose life seemed to be a living ode to simplicity and beauty, harbored a hidden history, a decades-old shadow that now stretched across the pristine lawns of Elmwood Lane. Miller immediately contacted the Oakhaven Police Department. The cold case detective, a grizzled veteran named Detective Harding, now semi-retired but still maintaining an office, was initially skeptical. Detective Harding, speaking with the weariness of too many unsolved cases, confirmed memory of a quiet carnival kid named Thorne, whose alibi was flimsy, but so was everything else, and they had no real evidence against him. Detective Harding, however, became more engaged when Miller explained Elias's current disappearance, his meticulously maintained life in Willow Creek, and crucially, the consistent monthly bank withdrawals from Oakhaven. Detective Harding mused that the decades-long monthly withdrawals were certainly something. He agreed to send Miller the full digitized cold case file on Clara Jenkins, along with any lingering thoughts or hunches. The file arrived a day later, a digital tombstone of a life abruptly extinguished. Clara Jenkins, Miller learned, was a vibrant, fiercely independent young woman, a free spirit who had dreamt of becoming an artist. She had been at the annual Oakhaven Summer Carnival, a tradition that brought fleeting joy to the otherwise drab industrial town. She was last seen arguing heatedly with an unknown man near the Ferris wheel just before midnight. Witnesses were vague, descriptions contradictory, and the chaos of the carnival crowd made a thorough investigation almost impossible. There were whispers of a jealous boyfriend, a shady carnival worker, even a local mob connection, but nothing ever solidified. Clara had simply vanished, leaving behind a heartbroken family and a town scarred by unanswered questions. Elias Thorne's interview from 1972 was short. He admitted knowing Clara, mostly from her frequent visits to the carnival where he worked. He described her as lively and kind. His alibi was that he had finished his shift, walked home, and was asleep by midnight. No one could corroborate his story. His parents, both deceased, had been away that weekend. He had seemed genuinely upset by Clara's disappearance, offering to help with the search. He was quickly overlooked, a quiet background figure swallowed by the larger, more sensational elements of the case. He had left Oakhaven a few years later, moving quietly, without fanfare, to Willow Creek, seemingly to reinvent himself as a gardener. As Officer Miller delved deeper into the Oakhaven file, he noticed subtle inconsistencies, not necessarily in Elias's direct statements, but in the lack of detail. For a man so meticulous, his recollections of the night Clara vanished were surprisingly vague, almost dismissive. He remembered the shift ending, but not the last person he spoke to. He remembered walking home, but not the route. It wasn't outright deception, but a strange, almost convenient fog of memory, especially when contrasted with the razor-sharp recall of other minor witnesses. And the bank withdrawals, that was the true anomaly. Why would Elias, a man with no apparent ties to Oakhaven after leaving, continue to visit monthly for decades to withdraw cash? It hinted at a secret, a lingering obligation, or a persistent fear that kept him tethered to the very place he had seemingly escaped. The investigation in Willow Creek, now spearheaded by Miller with newfound urgency, shifted dramatically. What had begun as a missing persons case was now inextricably linked to a cold case murder. The tranquil veneer of Willow Creek began to crack, revealing the unsettling possibility that a quiet killer, or at least a deeply entangled witness, had lived among them for years. Every neighbor, every casual acquaintance of Elias Thorne was re-interviewed, their previous statements scrutinized through the lens of this newfound information. Was there anyone he had confided in? Any strange habits that had gone unnoticed? Any visitors? Mrs. Albright, Elias's next-door neighbor, a retired schoolteacher known for her sharp memory and even sharper wit, recalled a minor incident from a few months prior. She recounted seeing Elias through his kitchen window late one evening, pacing, holding the phone tight, agitated, almost scared, before slamming it down. She had never seen him like that before. Immediately afterwards, he went straight to his garden and began pruning roses with unusual intensity. A strange phone call. Was it connected to Oakhaven? Had the shadow finally stretched its tendrils across the 200 miles? The police began to dig into Elias's past in Willow Creek. Not just his recent movements, but his entire history there. Who was Elias Thorne before he was the gardener? Had he always been so solitary? Did he ever speak of Oakhaven? The deeper they delved, the more a curious pattern emerged. Elias lived a life of deliberate anonymity, a careful orchestration of quietude. He had no social media, no extensive friend circles, no hobbies outside of gardening. It was a life designed not just for peace, but perhaps for invisibility. Officer Miller could not shake the feeling that Elias's disappearance wasn't a random event, but a direct consequence of his hidden past. Was he finally exposed by someone from Oakhaven, seeking vengeance or answers? Or, more chillingly, had Elias, the silent gardener, finally been forced to confront the dark secret he had so meticulously buried beneath his beautiful roses? The question hung heavy in the air, transforming the idyllic Willow Creek into a silent witness to a burgeoning, decades-old mystery that had finally decided to bloom into terror. The connection between Elias Thorne and the Oakhaven disappearance sent a shockwave through the Willow Creek Police Department. What began as a routine missing person report had spiraled into something far more complex, weaving a thread of mystery across decades and state lines. Chief Davis authorized a deeper dive, giving Officer Miller the green light to pursue every lead. Miller flew to Oakhaven, carrying the weight of Willow Creek's anxiety and the ghosts of a long-forgotten cold case. Oakhaven, as Miller expected, was a stark contrast to Willow Creek. Its streets were grittier, its buildings aged. The old carnival grounds were now a dilapidated fairground, its rusted Ferris wheel a skeletal monument to faded memories. Detective Harding met Miller at the old police station, a building that smelled faintly of stale coffee and forgotten files. He pulled out original photographs of the 1972 carnival, black and white snapshots capturing a vibrant, bustling scene. He pointed to a young Elias Thorne, slender and unremarkable, standing in the background near a game booth, his face obscured by shadow. Harding noted that Thorne always remained in the background, never seeking attention. Harding revealed that during the initial investigation, there had been an unproven theory that Clara Jenkins had uncovered something illicit at the carnival, perhaps a small-time gambling ring or a drug operation. Clara, with her artistic, observant nature, might have stumbled upon something she wasn't supposed to see. This theory had never led anywhere concrete, but it lingered. Harding explained that they had looked into everyone, but Thorne, being just a kid, did not fit the profile of the rough types involved. Miller, however, now saw Elias's quiet demeanor not as innocence, but as a potential cloak. Could his meticulously cultivated anonymity be a learned response or a calculated strategy? The monthly Oakhaven withdrawals in particular gnawed at him. Harding had no record of anyone Elias was known to pay. In Oakhaven, Harding suggested it could be a safe deposit box or a payment to someone, perhaps hush money, if he saw something and was paid to keep quiet. Or a more unsettling thought, perhaps the money was for someone else who was involved, and Elias was simply the courier, trapped in a decades-long obligation. Miller spent days poring over old interviews, cross-referencing names, seeking out surviving witnesses from 1972. Most were gone, or their memories had faded, but he did find one, a former carnival roustabout named Jimmy the Joker Riley, now living in a nursing home, his mind clear but his body frail. Riley remembered Clara Jenkins as a bright girl, perhaps too smart for her own good. And he remembered Elias Thorne as quiet, someone who kept to himself, always sketching in a little notebook even while working. Miller's heart pounded. Elias sketched. In Willow Creek, he had dedicated his life to growing, not depicting beauty. Miller pressed Riley for details about what Elias sketched. Riley explained Elias sketched anything, people, the carnival, saying he was trying to capture the real truth, not just the painted smiles. Miller then asked if he ever sketched Clara. Riley paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, before confirming Elias sketched her once. Near the end, when she looked worried, Riley also mentioned Elias seemed to be sketching something in the shadows behind her, but Riley never saw what it was. The nursing home staff gently ushered Riley away, but the seed was planted. Elias Thorne, the silent gardener, was also a silent artist, perhaps capturing secrets he was too afraid to speak aloud. Back in Willow Creek, the town's initial apprehension had festered into suspicion. The media, catching wind of the Oakhaven connection, descended on Elmwood Lane. Mrs. Henderson found herself besieged by reporters, her innocent concern for Elias twisted into sensational headlines like Gardner's dark past blooms. The pristine roses, once a symbol of beauty, now seemed to whisper of unspoken horrors. As the investigation intensified, a search warrant was obtained for Elias Thorne's property, this time with a more focused objective: to uncover anything related to Oakhaven or his life before Willow Creek. Every floorboard was checked, every wall tapped. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard in Elias's small, tidy study, they found it, a wooden box, plain and unadorned, smelling faintly of cedar and age. Inside, nestled amongst layers of tissue paper, were not just a few faded photographs of a young Clara Jenkins, but also a worn leather-bound sketchbook. The sketchbook contained meticulous, intricate drawings. There were sketches of carnival scenes, of the Ferris wheel, of Clara herself, vibrant and laughing. But then the tone shifted. Later sketches were darker, almost frantic. They depicted shadowy figures, clandestine meetings, and subtle details of the carnival's underbelly that would have been invisible to the casual observer. And on the very last page, a chilling, unfinished drawing, a distorted, menacing face emerging from the darkness behind Clara Jenkins, his features almost recognizable, holding something indistinct but sharp. It wasn't Elias's face. It was someone else entirely, and next to it, scrawled in faint, shaky pencil, a single cryptic word: Barnaby. The discovery was a breakthrough, but also a terrifying escalation. Elias Thorne wasn't just a quiet gardener with a hidden past. He was a silent witness, a clandestine archivist of a decades-old crime. And the monthly withdrawals? Perhaps not hush money, but money sent to someone or somewhere linked to this Barnaby. Was Elias's disappearance a desperate flight, or had Barnaby, or someone connected to him, finally come for the man who held the last silent testimony of a forgotten murder? The shadow had a name now, and it had finally surfaced from the depths of Elias Thorne's meticulously cultivated past. The police now possessed a definitive name and a compelling potential motive. If Flynn was indeed the Barnaby depicted in Elias's sketch, and if he was the individual responsible for Clara Jenkins's likely demise, then Elias had unwittingly documented the face of Clara Jenkins's probable killer, or at the very least, someone intimately involved in her tragic fate. The implication was staggering. For 5 long decades, Elias Thorne had meticulously carried this explosive secret, keeping it painstakingly hidden beneath his calm exterior and his cherished, vibrant roses. The consistent monthly withdrawals from the Oakhaven Bank now assumed a terrifying new interpretation. Were they ongoing payments to Flynn, a decades-long scheme of blackmail, or a far more unsettling possibility, were they payments for Flynn, an enduring, nefarious obligation stemming from a past entanglement? The theory that Elias was merely a witness who had been systematically paid off for his enduring silence began to gain disturbing and undeniable traction. The police force, now fully mobilized, initiated a wide-ranging, exhaustive search for anyone named Barnaby who might have been directly connected to the Oakhaven Carnival in 1972. They systematically cross-referenced old employee rosters, local business records dating back to that era, and obscure criminal databases. The task was daunting, given the half-century that had elapsed and the transient nature of carnival workers. Yet the escalating urgency of Elias's ongoing disappearance fueled their collective determination. Miller intently focused on diligently following the intricate threads originating from the sketchbook. The drawings depicting shadowy figures and clandestine meetings strongly hinted at the darker, illicit underbelly of the carnival that Detective Harding had previously alluded to. It was now clear this extended far beyond mere petty gambling or illicit drug dealings. There were subtle, yet disturbing details suggesting something far more sinister. One drawing, nearly completed, depicted a shadowy figure discreetly passing a small bundled object to another individual near a deserted, overgrown section of the fairgrounds. The faces of the figures were deliberately obscured, yet their postures unmistakably conveyed an atmosphere of intense secrecy and illicit exchange. Miller pondered if Elias could have possibly witnessed and meticulously documented something that transcended the boundaries of ordinary criminal activity. A crucial breakthrough materialized from a wholly unexpected source. The retired carnival historian, now a valuable if eccentric source, vividly recalled Barnaby Barty Flynn. Flynn had been described as a gruff, physically imposing figure who notoriously managed some of the more unsavory game booths at the 1972 Oakhaven Carnival. He possessed a well-known reputation for aggressive intimidation and was widely rumored to harbor extensive connections to organized crime. The historian's description of Flynn's gaunt face and piercing eyes bore an eerie resemblance to the menacing features in Elias's unfinished sketch. Flynn had inexplicably vanished from the carnival circuit a few years subsequent to the Oakhaven disappearance, leaving no forwarding address. Back in Willow Creek, the quiet, unsuspecting town began to brace itself for the impending storm. The local media, having caught immediate wind of the sensational Oakhaven connection, descended upon Elmwood Lane. Mrs. Henderson found herself unexpectedly besieged by persistent reporters, her innocent, heartfelt concern for Elias tragically twisted into sensationalized headlines. The pristine, once admired roses of Elias Thorne's garden, formerly a cherished symbol of inherent beauty, now seemed to whisper chillingly of unspoken horrors and long-buried secrets. As the intensity of the investigation escalated dramatically, the police began to theorize that Elias's disappearance wasn't voluntary, nor a simple accident. It was an abduction, a final desperate act by someone from his past to ensure the secrets of Oakhaven remained buried. The search expanded far beyond Willow Creek, extending into the network of contacts associated with Barnaby Flynn from the 1970s. Old police reports from other towns where Flynn had worked or been sighted were revisited. Every faded lead, every forgotten detail was re-examined. The question was no longer just where Elias Thorne was, but who had taken him, and why now, after all these years, had Flynn finally resurfaced to eliminate the last living link to his past crime? Or had Elias, in his elderly years, perhaps felt a final surge of conscience, deciding to expose the truth, only to be silenced before he could? The silent gardener, it seemed, had awakened a sleeping dragon, and the tranquil suburban streets of Willow Creek had become a chilling stage for the final act of a decades-old tragedy. A silent, uneasy quiet, heavy with an unspoken premonition, had settled over the meticulously manicured lawns and stately homes of a quiet, affluent Jupiter, Florida neighborhood on the crisp, temperate morning of March 21st, 2020. The air, typically vibrant with the sounds of early spring, now carried a subtle, almost imperceptible hum of anxiety that permeated daily life. The world outside, a vast, anxious entity, was just beginning its tentative and uncertain engagement with the terrifying, rapidly unfolding global pandemic. A strange, almost surreal atmosphere permeated daily life, a disquieting backdrop that would soon intertwine inextricably with a deeply personal and horrifying tragedy for one unsuspecting family, forever altering their sense of peace and security. Gretchen Anthony, a vibrant and energetic 51-year-old woman, was a woman of routine, responsibility, and deep connections, known throughout her community for her sharp wit, her unwavering vitality, her meticulous organizational skills, her consistent communication, and her deeply cherished connections to her network of friends, family, and colleagues. She was a person of immense reliability. On that particular Friday, she had a full, carefully planned day ahead. She was expected to meet a beloved friend for a casual lunch, a routine and comforting part of her social week, a small moment of normalcy in an increasingly abnormal world. Later, she was scheduled to report promptly and reliably to her demanding and responsible position at a local utility company, where she held a significant management role, a testament to her dedication, capability, and professional acumen. Yet, as the hours of the tranquil spring day slowly unwound, marked only by the gentle rustling of palm fronds in the intermittent breeze and the distant muted sounds of suburban life, Gretchen did neither. She missed her lunch appointment without a word, and her usual punctual arrival at work never materialized. An absence, subtle at first, a single missed call here, a slightly delayed text message reply there, began insidiously to grow into a profound and gnawing concern among her extensive network of devoted friends, her close and trusting colleagues, and most urgently, her worried family members, who were intimately accustomed to her consistent communication and her utterly reliable presence in their lives. Her sudden, inexplicable silence, so uncharacteristic of her meticulous nature, was immediately, instinctively, alarmingly out of place. Her family's profound unease deepened considerably by March 23rd, a mere 2 agonizing days after her initial and inexplicable silence began to loom larger and more sinister. text messages purportedly originating from Gretchen's personal cell phone began to circulate erratically, sporadically, and with an increasing, almost frantic urgency among her bewildered loved ones. These digital missives painted a rapidly deteriorating and alarmingly formal picture, starkly different from Gretchen's usual warm, empathetic, and personal tone. Gretchen, they claimed with an unsettlingly detached prose, had tested positive for the novel coronavirus and was experiencing an acute severe case, far worse and more aggressive than anything they had heard about from others grappling with the initial frightening wave of the pandemic. The texts, which seemed to arrive at odd hours of the day and night, and with an uncharacteristic, almost impersonal tone that simply did not sound like the Gretchen they knew, described her rapid progression from being self-quarantined at her meticulously clean and orderly home to being admitted, seemingly without warning or prior discussion, to Jupiter Medical Center, then, just as rapidly, moved to intensive care as her condition allegedly worsened dramatically and uncontrollably. Alarming and increasingly desperate updates followed, often vague and lacking specificity, hinting at a medically induced coma and ultimately a secretive, almost clandestine, transfer to a specialized Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC facility, purportedly located in Belle Glade, Florida, a remote rural area specifically designated for critically ill COVID-19 patients. The narrative was elaborate, detailed, and utterly convincing to those not yet aware of the sinister undercurrent, playing cunningly on the widespread fear and confusion surrounding the early days of the pandemic. By the morning of March 25th, just 4 days after her initial disappearance, the flurry of frantic, often confusing, and increasingly bizarre messages abruptly ceased, leaving behind an unsettling void and a chorus of terrifyingly unanswered questions that echoed with growing dread in the minds of her family, deepening their profound sense of fear and helplessness as the silence became absolute. The story, however, contained perplexing, deeply troubling, and ultimately fatal inconsistencies that immediately triggered blaring red flags for Gretchen's discerning and intelligent family. Despite their repeated desperate pleas and growing anxiety for more information, specific doctors, contact numbers, exact locations, they had never been given the precise name or even a verifiable address of this mysterious, supposedly specialized CDC facility. The very idea of such a facility, shrouded in secrecy and demanding complete isolation for their loved one in a time of global crisis, seemed inherently suspicious and out of step with established medical protocols. When Gretchen's sister, who resided hundreds of miles away in New Jersey and was desperate for concrete answers in a time when hospital visitation was severely restricted due to the burgeoning pandemic, contacted the Jupiter Police Department to express her profound concerns and the mounting discrepancies in the narrative. A deeper, more rigorous, and ultimately grim investigation was swiftly initiated. Authorities quickly learned a critical and alarming detail that completely shattered the meticulously fabricated narrative. Jupiter Medical Center had absolutely no record of Gretchen Anthony ever being admitted or treated within their facility. Her name simply did not exist in their extensive patient logs, a fact that resonated like a chilling pronouncement of a terrible deception. Furthermore, a thorough and immediate search by law enforcement, utilizing all available resources and databases, revealed with undeniable certainty that no specialized CDC facility or any medical center capable of treating critically ill COVID-19 patients existed in Belle Glade, Florida, or anywhere else nearby. The elaborate and increasingly desperate story spun through the text messages began to unravel with chilling speed and crushing finality, exposing itself not as a tragic medical emergency, but as a meticulously constructed and deeply sinister fabrication designed solely to conceal a far more malevolent and violent truth. The sudden, prolonged silence from Gretchen's phone was now understood to be an ominous sign, not of illness, but of a more permanent, forced quietude, a chilling silence that spoke volumes. Compounding the growing mystery and deepening suspicion, Gretchen's distinctive car, a compact Mini Cooper, was located seemingly abandoned in the sprawling and busy parking lot of Jupiter Medical Center. The vehicle appeared to have been deliberately placed there, a calculated effort to maintain the illusion of illness and hospitalization, cunningly designed to direct attention away from the true crime scene. Inside the vehicle, her purse lay conspicuously in plain view on the passenger seat, an unusual and deeply disquieting sight that immediately hinted at a hurried and uncharacteristic abandonment, as Gretchen was known for her meticulous habits and would never have left her personal belongings so carelessly exposed, especially not in a public place. A more thorough and forensic examination of the vehicle, conducted with painstaking care by trained crime scene technicians wearing protective gear, revealed a profoundly disturbing detail that hinted at recent violence. Microscopic but undeniable traces of human blood had been detected on both the steering wheel and the gear shift, subtle but irrefutable evidence of a struggle or injury that had occurred within the confines of the vehicle, staining the pristine interior with a grim secret. The discovery, meticulously documented and preserved, confirmed the growing suspicions of foul play. Gretchen Anthony was no longer merely a sick person confined by illness. She was a missing person under highly suspicious and deeply disturbing circumstances, her disappearance now firmly categorized as a potential homicide, a chilling realization that sent shivers through the investigating team and confirmed their darkest fears, pivoting the case into a far more sinister realm. The focus of the rapidly intensifying investigation quickly shifted from the car to Gretchen's meticulously kept residence on Circle Drive, a home that now held an eerie and oppressive stillness, transformed from a sanctuary into a silent witness to unseen horrors. What began as a routine welfare check rapidly transformed into a full-scale missing persons and potential homicide investigation, as the gravity of the situation became undeniably clear to the seasoned detectives who entered the scene. Upon careful entry into the home, executed with precision and caution to preserve any fragile evidence, investigators were met with a scene that spoke volumes of a recent and brutal confrontation, a stark and unsettling contrast to the quiet, manicured suburban street outside. A large, ornate picture frame, likely a cherished family memento, lay shattered on the living room floor, its glass fragments and wooden splinters scattered haphazardly like shrapnel from an explosion. Shards of glass were found not only on the living room floor, but disturbingly on Gretchen's bed in the master bedroom, suggesting a violent struggle that had extended beyond a single room, a desperate, violent confrontation that had moved through the house in its terrifying final moments. A stained towel, visibly discolored with what appeared to be dark, dried liquid, rested ominously on the washing machine in the laundry area, later testing positive for a human blood-like substance, grimly confirming the violent nature of the events that had transpired there. The garage floor and the adjacent concrete driveway bore distinct telltale streaks, as if a large quantity of potent bleach or another powerful chemical cleaning agent had been used in a desperate, hurried, and ultimately futile attempt to erase incriminating evidence, a frantic effort to cleanse the scene of its horrific stains. An overpowering, pungent, and acrid odor of chemical cleaning agents permeated the entire air inside the garage, stinging the nostrils of the investigators and serving as an unsettling testament to the frantic cleanup effort that had taken place, a desperate attempt to erase the memory of violence. The entry door leading from the patio into the garage was found securely locked, with a key broken off precisely in the deadbolt, suggesting either a struggle to secure the door from within, perhaps to trap someone inside, or a desperate attempt to prevent entry or exit from the outside, indicating a planned act of confinement or escape prevention, perhaps most unsettling and deeply indicative of a premeditated effort to conceal the truth and destroy any incriminating evidence, was the discovery that the brand new security cameras, meticulously installed inside the home by Gretchen herself just weeks prior to enhance her sense of personal security, had been crudely ripped from the walls, their wiring torn and exposed, leaving gaping holes where they once provided vigilant oversight. The deliberate absence of these devices spoke volumes of a calculated attempt at concealment, an act of a perpetrator aware of surveillance. As the police methodically canvassed the quiet neighborhood on March 26, a staggering 5 agonizing days after Gretchen was last seen or heard from by anyone other than through the suspicious and fabricated text messages, a critical and profoundly chilling piece of the puzzle finally emerged, providing the first real glimpse into the terrifying events that had unfolded. A neighbor, visibly distraught and trembling with the raw, visceral memory of what they had witnessed, cautiously approached an officer with a harrowing and incredibly detailed account. On the morning of March 21st, shortly after 6 a.m., just as the first hints of dawn were breaking and the birds were beginning their morning chorus, a blood-curdling scream had pierced the serene early morning quiet from the direction of Gretchen Anthony's patio. The neighbor, unable to shake the terrifying sound from their mind, recounted hearing a woman cry out with raw terror and unmistakable pain, specifically the horrifying words, "No, no, it hurts." The screaming, the neighbor stated, had continued for a horrifying few minutes, a protracted and agonizing struggle that suggested a desperate fight for life, before abruptly ceasing, leaving an unnatural, terrifying silence in its wake that lingered oppressively in the still morning air, a silence that spoke of finality. Another neighbor corroborated hearing the distressing screams, and perhaps more tellingly, recalled seeing a black Nissan pickup truck, its bed conspicuously loaded with something large and conspicuously covered with a dark tarp, parked very conspicuously near Gretchen's house that same night, well after the violent incident had occurred. The truck was quickly identified as belonging to David Anthony, Gretchen's estranged husband, casting an immediate and deeply sinister pall over his involvement and cementing him as the prime suspect in the rapidly unfolding mystery. David Anthony, whose birth name was David Anthony Deutsch, was a 44-year-old fitness trainer with a complex, deeply troubled, and increasingly violent personal history that stretched back decades. His marriage to Gretchen, which had begun 5 years earlier in March 2015, had become increasingly tumultuous, fraught with arguments, financial strain, and tension, marked by a recent and bitter separation in December 2019, and Gretchen had formally filed for divorce in February 2020, a mere few short weeks before her inexplicable disappearance, clearly signaling her desire to end the volatile and increasingly unbearable relationship. Authorities quickly identified David as not just a person of interest, but the central figure in their rapidly intensifying investigation. His erratic behavior, documented history of violence, and recent job loss making him stand out starkly against the backdrop of the quiet community. His past revealed a deeply unsettling pattern of volatile behavior and repeated criminal infractions, hinting at a long-standing struggle with impulse control, aggression, and a troubling disregard for societal norms. These included a youthful arrest for holding up a Blockbuster video store with a squirt gun, a seemingly absurd act that hinted at deeper instability and a warped sense of reality, a desperate cry for attention or control, and more seriously, assaulting a police officer as a young man, demonstrating a blatant disregard for authority and the rule of law. More recently, and alarmingly close to the time of Gretchen's murder, just a week prior to her vanishing, he had been charged with resisting arrest with violence after reportedly slamming a car door on an officer's arm during an unrelated incident, a clear sign of his escalating aggression and inability to manage his anger. Shockingly, and perhaps fatally for Gretchen, he had been released from jail on bond only 3 short days before Gretchen vanished, a chilling fact that underscored the immediate and grave danger she may have been in, completely unbeknownst to her, a predator freed to roam. Investigators delved deeper into David's life, systematically uncovering that his financial situation was not merely precarious, but desperately dire, a contributing factor to his mounting stress, paranoia, and increasingly erratic behavior. He had been abruptly fired from his job as a fitness instructor in 2017, then briefly rehired in 2020, only to be summarily fired again just before Gretchen's disappearance, leaving him utterly jobless, completely broke, and increasingly agitated, fueling his desperation and sense of victimhood. His former manager, recognizing the severity of David's instability and unpredictable nature, had even taken the unusual step of personally warning Gretchen to stay away from him, bluntly describing him as crazy and unpredictable, a chillingly prophetic premonition of the brutal violence to come. Family members, when interviewed by detectives, revealed that David had been suffering from undiagnosed and untreated bipolar disorder for years, a severe mental health condition characterized by extreme mood swings, ranging from periods of intense mania to debilitating depression. This untreated condition, combined with his increasing financial desperation and alleged past head injuries that may have impacted his cognitive functions, may have significantly exacerbated his increasingly erratic, paranoid, and ultimately violent behavior, creating a dangerous and volatile cocktail of instability. This confluence of factors painted a grim and terrifying picture of a man spiraling rapidly and uncontrollably out of control, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. The twisted and chilling motive for Gretchen's murder, as David later bizarrely claimed in his deeply unsettling confession, was born from a profoundly distorted and delusional perspective on the burgeoning COVID-19 pandemic. He perceived the global health crisis not as a scientific phenomenon to be managed with caution, but as an end-of-the-world prophecy, a literal Armageddon from which he felt an urgent, almost messianic need to escape, believing himself privy to some secret cosmic truth. He became convinced that their salvation lay in fleeing to Costa Rica, believing they could find refuge and survive the impending global collapse there, a desperate, fantastical delusion that consumed his thoughts. He had even meticulously planned their escape route, detailing a journey to drive to Mexico and then fly to South America, fully believing in this delusional scenario as their only chance for survival, when Gretchen, practical, rational, and firmly grounded in reality, unequivocally declined his desperate and fantastical plea to abandon her established life, her meaningful work, and her beloved family, to flee with him to a foreign country. David's warped intentions turned irrevocably sinister and violent. Her refusal, perceived by him as a rejection of their shared survival, ignited a furious rage. In the early hours of March 21st, 2020, under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness, David, clad in dark, inconspicuous clothing, stealthily entered Gretchen's meticulously kept home, having reportedly obtained a key by undisclosed means, or perhaps having copied one previously during their marriage, gaining access without forced entry. Surveillance footage, miraculously preserved through an unseen digital failsafe, would later capture him lurking ominously on her patio, a shadowy figure waiting patiently in ambush, a predator patiently stalking his unsuspecting prey in the deceptive comfort of her own home, his malevolent intentions hidden in the shadows. The crucial evidence that would speak from beyond the grave, allowing Gretchen Anthony to, in a profound and unsettling way, solve her own murder, came from Gretchen herself, albeit through the very technology she had installed for her security and peace of mind. Investigators, working tirelessly and with painstaking attention to detail, obtained crucial court permission to retrieve invaluable data from Gretchen's personal cloud storage accounts and, crucially, her Amazon Alexa devices, which silently recorded ambient sounds within her home. The digital forensics proved devastating and utterly irrefutable, completely dismantling David Anthony's meticulously constructed facade of lies and elaborate deceptions. Audio recordings, chillingly preserved from Gretchen's Alexa devices, captured her final desperate cries for help, faint but undeniable echoes of a brutal struggle that unfolded within her own home. These audio fragments provided a horrifying timeline and concrete confirmation of the violent assault, a sound record of her last moments that defied any denial. Even more damning, and perhaps the single most critical piece of physical and digital evidence, was the Blink security camera footage. Though David, in his frantic and desperate attempts to erase his crime, had physically removed the security cameras from the walls of Gretchen's home, believing he had destroyed all evidence, the video footage had already been automatically uploaded to the cloud, a digital sanctuary beyond his reach and control, rendering his efforts futile and his actions irreversibly recorded. The chilling images, precisely time-stamped and remarkably clear, revealed a tall, recognizable figure, undeniably David, lurking menacingly on Gretchen's patio, observing her movements with cold, predatory calculation. The video documented with horrifying clarity the precise moment he lunged and grabbed Gretchen, forcibly muffled her terrified screams to silence her, and then dragged her, struggling desperately, into the garage where the final horrific act of violence took place, away from any other prying eyes. At one particularly unsettling point in the footage, David was captured looking directly into a camera lens, a moment of unsettling self-awareness, perhaps even a fleeting sense of perverse triumph, before he then proceeded to forcibly dismantle the devices, utterly unaware that their silent digital witnesses had already broadcast his crime to the digital ether, sealing his fate with undeniable proof that could not be erased. With this irrefutable and deeply disturbing digital evidence now firmly in hand, police had clear, undeniable, and overwhelming proof connecting David Anthony directly to Gretchen's disappearance and her presumed murder. As the investigation intensified and the net began to close rapidly around him, David had already initiated his desperate and ill-conceived flight. His personal cell phone signals, meticulously tracked by vigilant law enforcement agencies across multiple states, provided a precise and incriminating digital breadcrumb trail, tracing his erratic and hurried movements across 6 states, steadily westward, drawing ever closer to the heavily guarded Mexican border, his intended escape route to flee prosecution and disappear completely into obscurity. Along his frantic cross-country journey, driven by desperation and a rapidly dwindling supply of cash, he made multiple stops at various jewelry stores, callously selling Gretchen's precious possessions, including jewelry and other valuable items, fabricating elaborate and cold-hearted stories about the previous owner having tragically died from COVID-19 as a flimsy cover for his illicit transactions. These opportunistic sales, meticulously documented by pawnshop records and traceable by police, provided him with the dwindling funds necessary to continue his desperate attempt at evasion and to maintain his increasingly flimsy cover story, allowing him to travel almost 2,000 miles before his luck finally ran out. On March 31st, 2020, after a cross-country manhunt spanning nearly 2,000 miles and several days of intense coordinated pursuit by law enforcement, David Anthony was finally apprehended. He was discovered by vigilant officers walking his husky dog, seemingly with an air of casual indifference that starkly belied his true circumstances, at a gas station in Las Cruces, New Mexico, just a perilous few miles from the Mexican border. His elaborate plans to flee to South America, a last-ditch effort to disappear completely and escape justice, were abruptly and decisively thwarted by the persistent efforts of detectives who had followed his digital trail. He was immediately arrested and initially charged with the severe crimes of first-degree murder and kidnapping, facing the full, uncompromising weight of the law, a stark and sudden end to his desperate flight. During his initial interrogation following his capture, David stubbornly maintained his fantastical claims that Gretchen was still alive and well, alleging with increasing desperation that she was on the run because she had supposedly uncovered illegal activities at her workplace and consequently feared for her life, a baseless and cruel fabrication. He bizarrely insisted she had been traveling with him to El Paso, Texas, before they supposedly separated, a convoluted and increasingly unbelievable narrative designed solely to mislead and obfuscate the truth from his interrogators, showing his continued detachment from reality and a desperate clinging to his lies. However, the overwhelming weight of the physical and digital evidence, particularly the irrefutable Blink security camera footage capturing his violent assault and the chilling Alexa recordings of Gretchen's final cries, left no room whatsoever for his elaborate and desperate lies. Despite the strength of their case, prosecutors faced a significant tactical challenge: the lingering absence of Gretchen's body. Without her remains, securing a swift and undeniable conviction for first-degree murder could be more complex, potentially leading to lengthy, costly, and emotionally draining legal battles that would prolong the family's suffering and delay true closure indefinitely. David Anthony, despite his capture and the mounting evidence against him, possessed the critical leverage investigators desperately needed: the sole, horrifying knowledge of Gretchen's final resting place. A difficult but ultimately necessary plea agreement was eventually negotiated between the prosecution and David's legal team. This decision, while controversial to some who sought the harshest possible punishment, was made with the primary goal of bringing Gretchen home and providing her family with the closure they so desperately needed. In exchange for a reduced charge of second-degree murder and kidnapping, David Anthony agreed, as a crucial and non-negotiable part of the deal, to reveal the precise location of Gretchen's remains, bringing a measure of vital peace and closure to her grieving and tormented family. This plea bargain, a painful but pragmatic decision driven by the collective desire for closure and certain justice, circumvented the need for a protracted and potentially uncertain trial and guaranteed a conviction, providing some semblance of peace amidst their profound sorrow. On December 21st, 2020, exactly 9 agonizing months after she first disappeared, and just days before Christmas, casting a grim shadow over the holiday season, Gretchen Anthony's remains were finally recovered. David Anthony, under the watchful, unblinking eyes of law enforcement, led authorities to a nondescript patch of overgrown, grassy land, a quiet, forgotten corner approximately 3 miles from her Jupiter home. The location was starkly mundane and unsettlingly close to civilization, nestled inconspicuously behind a bustling Walmart superstore and directly adjacent to a tranquil retirement community, a chilling juxtaposition of vibrant commercial life and the somber hidden reality of death. Forensic examination of her remains confirmed the horrific brutality of her murder. She had sustained multiple stab wounds to her neck and torso, the true and undeniable cause of her death, consistent with the violence captured on video, providing a final grim confirmation of the crime. During the recovery process, an unexpected and tragically poignant detail emerged, adding another layer to the narrative of her hidden death. A tip had been called in months prior from a vigilant man living in Jupiter who reported strange, sickly sweet smells and the unusual disturbing presence of buzzards circling persistently in an area less than 3 miles from the eventual discovery site of Gretchen's shallow grave. He remembered a horrible, like hot rotting smell as he drove home from work, a detail that now tragically connected to the final hidden moments of Gretchen Anthony, suggesting her body had been at that location, concealed by her killer for a significant period of time, a silent testament to David's prolonged cruelty and his calculated attempts to evade detection. On January 14, 2021, David Anthony, his face remarkably devoid of discernible emotion, stood before the court in Palm Beach County for his sentencing, finally facing the legal consequences of his monstrous actions. He received a substantial sentence of 38 years in prison, a severe consequence that meant he would spend the vast majority, if not all, of his remaining life incarcerated, stripped of his freedom, and confined by the bars of justice. During the hearing, he offered a bizarre, rambling, and self-serving explanation for his heinous actions, maintaining, with an air of unrepentant delusion, that his illusions of the COVID-19 pandemic as an apocalyptic event had compelled him to commit the crime, attempting desperately to rationalize the irrational and evade true responsibility for his calculated brutality. He admitted, with a chilling lack of genuine remorse or empathy, to choosing to be a coward, attempting to steal what wasn't mine, and in doing so, tragically ending a precious life. On a recorded jail call, a chilling glimpse into his unrepentant psyche, he left a message for his brother, claiming with disturbing nonchalance, "I know there's some bad stuff, but there's a ton of good stuff, man. Seriously, good stuff outweighs anything bad. I never did anything specific." His words continued to showcase a profound and disturbing detachment from the gravity of his actions, a chilling inability to truly acknowledge the devastating consequences he had wrought upon Gretchen and her family, remaining in a world of his own, warped perceptions. He is scheduled for release in 2058, at the age of 81, a stark and fitting end to a life ultimately defined by deception, violence, and a profound lack of accountability, a life spent largely behind bars, a testament to the fact that justice, though sometimes delayed, will eventually find its way. The tragic case of Gretchen Anthony stands as a stark and unsettling reminder of the long reach of the past, the insidious nature of hidden violence lurking beneath the surface of normalcy, and the unexpected and often miraculous ways in which truth can surface even from the deepest and most desperate attempts at concealment. Her final desperate moments, captured by the very technology David so frantically sought to destroy in his futile effort to erase his crime, ultimately provided the irrefutable and damning evidence that brought her killer to justice. It was a poignant and powerful testament to how, even in her tragic and violent absence, Gretchen Anthony, through her foresight in installing security cameras and the indelible digital traces she unknowingly left behind, played a crucial and undeniable role in solving her own brutal murder, securing a measure of vital peace and desperately needed resolution for her grieving and resilient family. Her vigilance, even in her last moments, ensured that her voice, though physically silenced, would still be heard, echoing through the digital realm to bring her justice and ensure her story was told, a lasting legacy of her strength in the face of unimaginable terror. The long reach of the past. The case of John Arthur Gattray. The quiet morning in Hayward, California, on a crisp autumn day in November 2018, held a deceptive stillness. The air, typically brisk with the promise of a clear day, felt heavy with unspoken anticipation, carrying the subtle scent of dew-kissed asphalt and the distant, muffled hum of suburban life. At 74 years of age, John Arthur Gattray, an elderly homeowner whose life appeared meticulously ordinary from the outside, stepped out onto his neatly paved driveway, a common expanse typical of the unassuming neighborhood. He emerged from his modest, well-maintained house, a structure that blended seamlessly with its surroundings, completely unaware that the seemingly casual encounter unfolding before him was an elaborate and meticulously orchestrated ruse. An undercover officer, dressed in nondescript plain clothes to maintain the fragile illusion, stood by a parked vehicle poised to initiate a conversation about a supposed fender bender. This staged scenario, carefully designed to draw Gattray out of his home without suspicion, was the final critical step in an investigation that had spanned more than 4 decades, an arduous pursuit of justice now poised to close in on a profound secret meticulously buried beneath layers of time and mundane existence. The subtle turn of events, initiated with such quiet, calculated precision, was about to irrevocably unravel a life carefully constructed on a foundation of hidden darkness. As John Gattray, with an air of mild inconvenience, approached the undercover officer, a concealed team of deputies, moving with a controlled and synchronized professionalism that bespoke years of training, emerged from their strategically hidden positions. Their movements were precise, almost choreographed, as they converged upon the unsuspecting man. They initiated a routine pat-down, a standard procedure conducted with practiced efficiency, their hands sweeping expertly over his clothing before gently but firmly escorting him towards the open rear passenger door of a waiting police vehicle. The cruiser, a dark, unassuming sedan, sat parked quietly on the curb, its tinted windows offering no glimpse into the controlled, sterile environment within. John settled into the seat, his demeanor remarkably calm, an almost unsettling detachment about him. He even offered a comment to the deputies, seemingly commending them for their clever, deceptive tactic in getting him to step outside his home. He had not yet been formally informed of the true, profound reason for his arrest, the specific decades-old murders that had brought them to his door, but an immense, long-held secret, carefully guarded through the relentless passage of nearly half a century, was on the very verge of being irrevocably exposed. The silence inside the vehicle, once the door clicked shut, seemed to amplify the impending revelation, the weight of a hidden past pressing in around him. Months prior to this quiet morning apprehension, a dedicated team of cold case investigators in Santa Clara County, driven by an unyielding commitment to justice for forgotten victims, had embarked on a painstaking journey back into the past. They had quietly, methodically reopened a murder case that had stubbornly remained unsolved for an astonishing 45 years. It was a case like many cold files that had long haunted the local police force, a thick folder filled with faded reports, cryptic notes, and unanswered questions, a ghost in the annals of unsolved crimes. The true turning point in this enduring mystery, however, lay not in new witnesses or fresh leads, but in the rapid advancements of forensic science. DNA evidence meticulously preserved from the original crime scene, despite the relentless erosion of time and the numerous hands it had passed through, had finally been subjected to the latest, most sophisticated analytical techniques. This precious biological material was then carefully compared to a vast public genetic genealogy database, a revolutionary investigative tool that had transformed cold case methodologies. This groundbreaking method, akin to drawing an intricate, detailed map through generations of human lineage, allowed investigators, in collaboration with pioneers like genetic genealogist C.C. Moore and companies such as Parabon Nanolabs, to trace a complex and extensive family tree. They meticulously connected distant relatives, following faint genetic breadcrumbs until the branches of the tree converged. This painstaking genealogical work, a blend of science and detective work, ultimately led them, with an undeniable and almost mathematical certainty, to John Arthur Gautreaux. He was a man who, on the surface, presented as an embodiment of ordinary American life, a devoted husband, a doting father, and a respected former Boy Scout leader, a picture of suburban normalcy. He was now, after nearly 5 decades of living an apparently unblemished life, identified as the primary suspect in a murder that had long defied resolution. Investigators, acutely aware of the sensitivity and historical weight of the case, meticulously prepared to bring him in for an extensive and probing questioning, hoping to peel back the layers of his seemingly innocuous existence and finally uncover the profound and unsettling truth that lay buried beneath. They sought to determine with absolute certainty if this seemingly respectable figure was simply a tragic case of mistaken identity, a man wrongly accused by an obscure thread of DNA, or if his carefully lived existence had in fact been a calculated and chilling cover for something far more sinister, a hidden life punctuated by unspeakable acts of violence. The weight of anticipation, tempered by methodical planning, hung heavy over the entire investigation team, a sense of nearing the culmination of a decades-long quest. The interrogation commenced within the sterile, unforgiving confines of a small, windowless interview room. The harsh fluorescent lights, recessed into the low ceiling, cast a stark, unwavering glow on the simple metal table and the 2 uncomfortable chairs, creating an environment designed to be devoid of distraction. The air was still, heavy with unspoken questions, the scent of antiseptic cleaner lingering faintly. A sergeant, whose demeanor was a careful blend of professionalism, quiet intensity, and calculated patience, began the proceedings by calmly informing John of the general reason for his presence. There was no immediate accusation, only a measured introduction to the situation. John, maintaining a remarkable composure that bordered on the unnerving, provided basic personal information with a steady voice, confirming his full name, his birth date of August 26, 1944, and revealing that he was born in Newark, Ohio. He spoke briefly of his early years, which were marked by frequent relocation due to his father's extensive and demanding military career. This nomadic childhood had led him to spend a significant part of his formative teenage years living in West Germany, specifically on a U.S. military base in Bad Kreuznach, a detail that, unbeknownst to him at that moment, would soon take on a profoundly chilling significance. The sergeant then, with a deliberate and subtle shift in tone, gently but persistently pressed him on his earlier claim of never having been arrested. John's outwardly calm demeanor subtly fractured. A momentary flicker of something unreadable, perhaps apprehension, perhaps a deep-seated weariness, crossed his features as he admitted to a past arrest, a dark incident from his youth in Germany. When prompted for further details, his words, though delivered without overt emotion, were chilling in their content. He had been accused of murder, This stark revelation, spoken so plainly, was particularly disquieting, given the very reason for his current presence in the interrogation room: accusations regarding a completely separate, equally grave murder. The chilling pattern of his life, stretching across continents and decades, was beginning to emerge. He recounted the accusation from his youth with a detached brevity, stating that he had killed a chaplain's daughter. He claimed to have no prior knowledge of the young female victim, a 15-year-old girl named Margaret L. Williams. The details of her last night were grim, pieced together from old German police reports. She had attended a dance at an American youth club on the evening of June 8, 1963, a seemingly innocent Saturday night outing. John, then just 18 years old and soon to graduate from Bad Kreuznach American High School, was also present. According to the original reports from that distant time, Margaret and John were said to have encountered each other on the street shortly after the dance concluded, and she had reportedly agreed to let him walk her home. Her lifeless body was tragically discovered the following morning, abandoned on a baseball diamond situated directly behind the youth club. The subsequent examination revealed the horrific truth. She had been sexually assaulted and then brutally strangled, a pattern that would chillingly repeat years later. Despite John's persistent maintenance of his innocence regarding this long-ago crime, stating emphatically that he didn't even know her, he had been found guilty at trial for Margaret's murder in June 1964. The German court had sentenced him to 10 years in a juvenile prison, the maximum sentence available under West German law at the time. Due to his age at the time of the conviction, he was granted release after serving approximately 2/3 of his sentence, a mere 6 years. He then walked free, a young man with a dark, unpunished past, and quietly returned to the United States. He was simply dropped off at McGuire Air Force Base, a nondescript transition point, where his father awaited him. That chapter, seemingly concluded and forgotten by many, allowed him to re-enter American society, the weight of his actions seemingly left behind on foreign soil. After returning to the United States, John eventually settled in California, seeking a new life, a fresh start in the burgeoning communities of the West Coast. He married his first wife, Susan, in Reno, Nevada, in 1970, and the couple soon relocated to Palo Alto, California, where they lived from 1971 to 1975. However, the shadow of his past, or perhaps a recurring, unaddressed compulsion, seemed to follow him. In 1975, just over a decade after his release from German prison, and after settling into what appeared to be a stable life, he found himself once again entangled in a serious criminal accusation. Investigators, now methodically probing his extensive history, brought up a past accusation from the Palo Alto Police Department regarding a sexual assault. John, who at that time was serving as a respected leader of an explorer post, a seemingly wholesome and community-oriented role, dismissed the accusation with a practiced nonchalance. He stated emphatically that nothing had happened, claiming he was merely accused, interviewed, without the case ever progressing to trial or requiring him to serve any time. He asserted, "I didn't serve any time that I know of. It was so piddly." Yet, the official records and multiple news sources from that period painted a different, more troubling picture. John, then 31 years old, had indeed faced a grave accusation from a 17-year-old female explorer scout who came forward. She claimed he not only assaulted and strangled her during the incident at her parents' Palo Alto home, but also threatened to kill her if she did not comply with his demands. Despite his denials and an initial plea of not guilty to charges of sexual perversion and rape by threat, he eventually accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to statutory rape in June 1975. He reportedly received a 6-month sentence in county jail, though he ultimately served only 30 days, meticulously broken down into weekend stints, with 5 months suspended, along with a $200 fine and 2 years of probation. His first wife, Susan, divorced him following this conviction in 1978. These incidents, spaced across continents and years, began to form a disturbing and undeniable pattern in the carefully constructed narrative of John Arthur Gatree's life, hinting at a darker, persistent nature beneath the surface of normalcy. In 1978, he remarried, this time to a woman named Linda, who later died of cancer in 2003. He married a third time in 2008, and even held the position of exalted ruler at the Fremont Elks Lodge, a patriotic fraternal order, further solidifying his image as a respected community member. The sergeant then, with a carefully modulated voice that maintained its calm, unwavering tone, shifted the focus of the interrogation squarely to the current investigation, specifically the Palo Alto area and its surrounding hills, a region known for its sprawling nature preserves, winding roads, and popular hiking trails. John admitted to having traveled extensively through those hills during his time as a scout leader, a role that gave him intimate knowledge of the local topography and its secluded areas. However, he adamantly denied ever visiting the specific area around Page Mill Road, a winding route that traversed the rugged terrain just west of Stanford University. This denial was significant, as the sergeant then revealed the grim core of the current investigation. A murder had occurred in those very hills, a cold case that for decades had remained a haunting, unsolved mystery, now rekindled by the relentless pursuit of justice and the marvels of modern forensic science. The victim was identified as Leslie Marie Perlov, a vibrant and promising 21-year-old Stanford University graduate. In 1973, Leslie had been working diligently as a law clerk at a Palo Alto law firm, her future seemingly bright and full of unlimited potential. Her lifeless body had been tragically discovered 3 days after she went missing, on February 16, 1973, dumped beneath an oak tree in the remote and secluded Stanford dish hiking area, a scenic but isolated expanse of rolling hills that offered sweeping views of Silicon Valley below. A chilling detail had emerged from the original crime scene. A floral scarf, found tightly knotted around her neck, had been used as the ligature to brutally strangle her, leaving an indelible mark on the investigation. The crucial breakthrough in this decades-old case lay in the silent testimony of biological evidence. Seminal fluid found on Leslie's fully clothed corpse, meticulously preserved and stored for decades in a crime lab, had been subjected to the latest analytical techniques. A genotypic profile of the killer had been developed, and then, in July 2018, submitted to Parabon Nanolabs, a company specializing in advanced DNA phenotyping and genetic genealogy. Using advanced DNA testing in combination with innovative genetic analysis, sophisticated identification techniques, and traditional genealogical methods, the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit, in collaboration with Parabon, established a complex family tree. This painstaking work, analyzing hundreds of potential relatives from public genealogy sites, led them directly to John Arthur Gatree. At the time of Leslie's murder, he had been employed as a security guard, a position that placed him in close proximity to the Stanford campus, the very area where Leslie lived and worked, and the site of her final moments. John, maintaining his impassive demeanor throughout the questioning, denied any knowledge of Leslie or recognizing her photograph when it was presented to him. He also denied ever stopping by her distinctive orange Chevrolet Nova, which had been found abandoned at the gate of an old quarry located near the intersection of Old Page Mill Road and Page Mill Road, just east of where her body was discovered. His denials, though firm, were delivered with a peculiar lack of conviction, a subtle disassociation from the grim facts of the case. A curious and profoundly revealing slip then occurred during the meticulous interrogation. When discussing Leslie, John inadvertently mentioned her as a Stanford graduate, even though the sergeant had carefully withheld that specific detail, only referring to her ambiguously as a college kid. He attempted to cover this telling slip, attributing his comment to her overall appearance and the general environment of the area. The sergeant, keenly aware of this telling detail, allowed the moment to pass without immediate challenge, observing John's reaction with professional detachment. When asked if he had ever contemplated committing such horrific acts as murder or sexual assault, John denied it with a flat nope, stating he had no reason for it. Pressed further about the possibility of his DNA being found on Leslie, he claimed to have not the slightest idea why it would be there, maintaining his consistent denial of any involvement in her murder. He attempted to articulate his rudimentary understanding of DNA transfer, vaguely suggesting it came from semen or the mouth, indicating a basic yet oddly specific awareness of how such incriminating evidence might be found. He then made a chilling, almost prescient remark about the advancing capabilities of technology, stating, "Technology is getting good. They're catching them every day," unaware that he was speaking of his own impending fate. As the relentless interrogation continued, a crucial error began to emerge from John's carefully constructed narrative of denial, a thread that would unravel his entire story. The sergeant, subtly leading the conversation, made a seemingly innocuous reference to these two persons whose DNA might be connected to the ongoing case. Without hesitation, John immediately responded with, "What two persons?" This was a profound and undeniable misstep. The sergeant had, up to that point, only specifically mentioned one victim, Leslie. John's immediate question implicitly and undeniably revealed an awareness of a second victim, a critical detail the police had not yet confirmed to him in the interrogation room. The sergeant then carefully clarified that he was referring to the two young women, one of whom was up on the hill, Leslie. John's subsequent response, asking wherever the second girl was, before the sergeant had even confirmed the existence of a second victim, or her specific location, undeniably confirmed his prior knowledge of another, unmentioned case. He then vaguely suggested they were two people, two girls, killed within possibly an hour of each other, or day or 2 hours, indicating a shockingly close time frame for the murders, further solidifying the investigator's certainty that he was indeed responsible for both the Stanford dish killings. Unbeknownst to the interrogating sergeant at that precise moment in the interview, John's slip had pointed to a horrific and long-hidden truth. Indeed, another young woman had been tragically found deceased in the Palo Alto area in 1974, just 1 year after Leslie's body was discovered. 21-year-old Janet Ann Taylor, a Cañada College student, and the daughter of former Stanford football coach and athletic director Chuck Taylor, had been found dumped along Sand Hill Road, within the same Stanford dish hiking area where Leslie's remains were found. She had last been seen on March 24, 1974, attempting to hitchhike home to La Honda from the Cañada College campus. Her body was discovered the following day, March 25, 1974, in a roadside ditch near Sand Hill Road and Manzanita Way. According to contemporary news sources and official reports, Janet had also been sexually assaulted and brutally strangled to death, mirroring Leslie's grim fate. The initial police investigation, led by the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, had concluded that while she was not raped, there was clear evidence of sexual motivation for the crime, and her death was due to strangulation by ligature. The serial killer responsible for the deaths of both Leslie Perlov and Janet Taylor had managed to evade justice for decades, disappearing into the fabric of ordinary life, living as a respectable community member until the relentless march of forensic science, specifically the new advancements in genetic genealogy, finally caught up. In 2017, San Mateo County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit detectives reinitiated the investigation into Miss Taylor's murder, working in conjunction with Santa Clara County investigators. Evidence from the Taylor case, including DNA from her clothing, was submitted for forensic analysis. On January 3, 2019, a partial male DNA profile was obtained and definitively matched with John Gatrio, who was already in custody for Leslie Perlov's murder. The atmosphere in the interrogation room grew progressively heavier, the air thick with the palpable weight of decades of unspoken truth. Finally, under the relentless yet calm and methodical pressure of the investigators, John's carefully constructed facade began to fully crumble, with a sigh that seemed to carry the immense burden of years of concealment. He declared, "I think I'm at a point in my investigation that I'm guilty, and that's it." This admission, though partial and delivered with a detached resignation, was a profound and long-awaited breakthrough. The sergeant pressed him further, explaining that with his irrefutable DNA found on the victim, confirmed by independent laboratory testing on November 9, 2018, which showed a probability of a random, unrelated individual being a contributor as approximately 1 in 65 septillion, the focus of the investigation was no longer about who committed the crime, but why. John initially resisted, denying deeper knowledge, but under the firm, unwavering pressure from another investigator who joined the interrogation, his carefully constructed web of lies tore apart completely. The investigator asserted with calm authority that the type and precise location of John's DNA on the victim left no other explanation. He committed the crime. They stated, "We know you committed this crime. What we don't know is why, and we're going to give you the opportunity to explain it to us." John, after a moment of heavy reflective silence, almost to himself, uttered a chilling statement that resonated with a strange blend of acceptance and bitter curiosity. "Yeah, I knew that, but why it took so damn long." This brief remark was a stark and startling admission of his long-held secret, a morbid wonder about the protracted delay of justice and his surprising ability to remain hidden for so long. As the investigators pushed harder for the truth about Leslie Perlov, demanding an explanation for her murder, John once again inadvertently confirmed his involvement with a second victim. When asked directly why Leslie, he responded, with a subtle shift in his gaze, "If that's the first girl, or the one girl that's up on the hill, or whatever," leading the investigators to press him on what he meant by the first girl. He then spoke of two people, two girls, suggesting they were killed within an hour of each other, or a day or 2 hours, indicating a shockingly close time frame for the murders, further solidifying the investigator's certainty that he was indeed responsible for both the Stanford Dish killings. During the trial for Janet Taylor, the jury also heard about Gattrue's disturbing and predatory patterns, including testimony about his repeated sexual assaults on his stepdaughter between 1970 and 1977, and his raping and threatening to kill a 17-year-old girl participating in a youth program where Gattrue volunteered, providing a deeper and more chilling understanding of his long-standing history of violence. In a final, decisive confrontation, investigators laid out the unassailable evidence against him, meticulously connecting his disturbing past to his present actions, crime by brutal crime. They highlighted the stark, impossible coincidence, a 15-year-old girl tragically dead in Germany when he was young, and years later, after returning to the States, 2 more young women found dead with his DNA undeniably present in the very same secluded area. What do you think the chances are of that happening? the sergeant asked, allowing the immense weight of the question, echoing with the silent voices of the victims, to settle in the silent room. John, cornered and with no further means of evasion or denial, his long-held secret finally exposed, stated, with a tone of quiet resignation, "I'm going to put the questioning from here on, unless I'm representative by somebody in the courts." With that, he clearly and definitively requested legal representation. "I'd like a lawyer." The interrogation came to an abrupt end, the tape recorder clicking off, signaling the close of a long and arduous pursuit of truth that had spanned continents and generations. Justice, though agonizingly delayed for decades, swiftly caught up with 74-year-old John Arthur Guthrie. On November 20th, 2018, he was formally arrested at his home in Hayward, California, and booked into the Santa Clara County Main Jail, facing a staggering $10 million bond. The scientific evidence against him continued to mount with irrefutable certainty. In January 2019, DNA from the torn crotch of Janet Taylor's pants, a crucial piece of evidence, was also definitively determined to be a match for John. The weight of the evidence became overwhelming and undeniable. In late 2021, Guthrie's trial for the murder of Janet Taylor began in San Mateo County and lasted 3 weeks. On September 15, 2021, a jury, after hearing the meticulously presented case, found him guilty on all counts of first-degree murder with infliction of great bodily injury in the brutal killing of Janet Taylor. He was sentenced to 7 years to life in prison, finally putting a serial killer who had escaped justice for decades behind bars for good. The long shadow he had cast over these cold cases, the Stanford murders as they became known, finally began to recede. Due to his rapidly failing health, which necessitated multiple hospital visits and weakened his ability to attend court in person, the trial for Leslie Perlov's murder was suspended in late 2022, forcing the 78-year-old Guthrie to attend court proceedings from his hospital room via video link. In January 2023, Guthrie, facing the inevitable and perhaps seeking a measure of finality, pleaded guilty to the murder of Leslie Perlov, admitting that he had killed her after she resisted his attempts to rape her. He received a second life sentence to be served consecutively with the first, ensuring that his remaining years would be spent within the confines of a prison cell. According to multiple news sources, John Arthur Guthrie died of natural causes on September 22, 2023, at the age of 79, while serving his sentence at the California Healthcare Facility, a state prison in Stockton that provides medical care to inmates. Though his life ended behind bars, his legacy continues to contribute to the ongoing pursuit of justice for other victims. His DNA remains securely within the state database, a silent, enduring record of his predatory past. It will continue to be regularly compared against evidence from other unsolved rapes and murders across the region, including cases such as the 1969 attempted murder of Sharon Lucchese in San Jose and the 1980 murder of Teresa Smith in Ohio, aiding in the relentless and ongoing effort to bring closure to more cases and finally reveal the long-hidden truths of the past. The long reach of forensic science ensures that even decades later, the fading footprints of crime, no matter how obscured by time, can still lead to justice and, for the victims' families, a measure of peace. The fading footprints of Emerald Isle. Welcome to this tranquil moment where the world beyond your resting place softly fades and a narrative begins to unfold like the quiet mists over ancient lands. Tonight, we journey to a place of stark beauty and deep mystery, an island shrouded in fog and time, where a life quietly vanished, leaving behind only echoes and the gentle, persistent questions of the sea. As the stillness settles around you and your breath deepens, allow your mind to drift with the subtle currents of this story. Our journey commences on a desolate stretch of the Irish coast in the early autumn of 2008. The air carried the crisp, salty tang of the Atlantic, perpetually churned by winds that had swept across vast open waters for centuries. Here, a short distance offshore, lay Emerald Isle, a name that hinted at verdant beauty, yet in reality, it was a place of rugged, untamed rock, its cliffs scarred by the relentless ocean, its interior dominated by wild, windswept heather and ancient stoic stone. The island's geology spoke of immense, silent forces. Volcanic eruptions millennia ago had shaped its craggy peaks and deep fissures, while the ceaseless erosion of the Atlantic had carved out dramatic sea caves and treacherous blowholes where the ocean's breath exhaled in powerful, roaring sighs. On this solitary outpost resided Dr. Alana Hayes, a marine biologist in her early 40s, a woman whose life was as meticulously ordered and reclusive as the island itself. Her cottage, a sturdy whitewashed dwelling with thick stone walls and a slate roof, clung precariously to the cliff face, its windows perpetually misted by the sea spray, offering an uninterrupted vast panorama of the churning ocean. The interior, though modest, was filled with the quiet tools of her trade, an array of microscopes, water testing kits, and charts depicting the bewildering contours of the deep sea floor. Alana had chosen this isolated existence deliberately. Her work, a profound and groundbreaking study of the deep sea ecosystem surrounding the island, demanded unwavering focus and an almost ascetic dedication, a singular devotion that few could comprehend. Her days unfolded with a precise, almost ritualistic rhythm. Early morning hours were often spent in solitary contemplation, observing the first light creep over the eastern horizon, illuminating the jagged peaks of the island. Then, the careful preparation of her diving equipment, each gauge checked, each seal inspected with painstaking attention to detail. This was followed by long solitary dives into the frigid, often turbulent depths surrounding the isle, sometimes lasting for hours, her silhouette a fleeting shadow against the murky green. Afternoons were consumed by the meticulous analysis of the samples she painstakingly collected from the abyssal plains, strange, gelatinous creatures, unique mineral formations, and ancient sediments, all cataloged and examined in her rudimentary yet functional home laboratory. Late evenings stretched into long contemplative hours, spent meticulously recording her findings in sprawling hand-bound journals and drafting intricate scientific papers on her old, well-worn wooden desk, the only sound the persistent scratch of her pen or the distant roar of the ocean. She rarely left the island, finding everything she needed within its rugged confines, or through her weekly supply drops from the mainland. These vital deliveries were handled by Liam, a grizzled old fisherman whose face was a roadmap of sun and sea. Liam understood Alana's profound need for solitude, and their interactions were brief, a minimalist ballet of shared understanding, communicating mostly in a series of grunts, nods, and knowing glances. Their weekly exchanges involved Liam unloading crates of non-perishable food, fresh water, and specialized scientific components, while Alana provided him with meticulous lists for the following week. Alana's communication with the outside world was minimal, primarily confined to academic emails, exchanged with distant, equally specialized colleagues on research topics, and the occasional, brief, almost reluctant phone call with her only living relative, an estranged sister named Maeve, who lived in a bustling city miles away on the mainland. Maeve often expressed concern about Alana's solitary lifestyle, but their conversations were always tinged with a long-standing tension, a quiet disagreement about life choices that dated back years. No one would describe Alana as sociable or even particularly warm in conventional terms. She was a scholar, a scientist, driven by an insatiable, almost consuming curiosity about the unseen world beneath the waves, a realm more alien and unexplored than distant planets. Her life was a quiet hum, a methodical, relentless investigation into the profound, dark mysteries of the deep. The island itself, with its raw, untamed beauty, seemed a perfect reflection of her own independent spirit. The constant ebb and flow of the tide, the predictable yet powerful storms, the deep silent pressures of the ocean depths, these were the constants of her existence, providing a profound sense of purpose. The first faint tremor of concern, a subtle discord in the island's usual quiet harmony, began on a particular Wednesday. Liam, arriving with the week's supplies, navigated his small, sturdy fishing boat through the familiar choppy waters of the Sound, making his way towards the small natural cove where Alana always moored her research vessel. As he approached her cottage, perched stoically on the cliff, he noticed a crucial anomaly. Her heavy wooden door, typically secured with a robust iron latch, was ajar, swinging slightly in the persistent breeze. This was highly uncharacteristic for Alana, whose meticulous habits extended to every aspect of her life, especially security on such an isolated outcrop. He called out her name, his voice, normally strong against the elements, swallowed almost instantly by the mournful wail of the wind and the relentless thunderous roar of the crashing ocean waves against the cliffs below. There was no response. His gaze then shifted to Alana's small specialized research boat, her primary means of transport for her solitary dives. It was moored securely at its usual spot, bobbing gently with the tide, but its equipment, typically in some state of use or drying, was neatly stowed and dry. This was highly unusual. Alana rarely left her vessel idle, or her diving gear out of immediate reach if she intended to be away for long. Liam, a man of few words but deep ingrained intuition, honed by decades on the sea, felt a cold knot tighten in his gut. He knew with a certainty that transcended mere logic that something was profoundly, terribly amiss. The very air around the cottage felt different, heavy with an inexplicable quietude. He entered the cottage cautiously, his heavy boots echoing faintly on the stone floor. The interior was meticulously tidy, as always, an almost clinical order prevailing. Scientific instruments, microscopes, centrifuges, various water testing kits lay neatly arranged on a sturdy wooden workbench, gleaming faintly in the diffused light. Half-filled beakers containing mysterious solutions stood on a counter, their contents still. An old, leather-bound research paper was open on her old wooden desk, her precise, almost architectural handwriting trailing off mid-sentence as if she had been interrupted in the middle of a thought. Her extensive diving gear, usually damp from recent use and left to air dry, hung dry and neatly packed on its designated rack by the fireplace. The silence within the cottage was absolute, a profound stillness that was unsettling, save for the persistent creak of the old timbers, responding to the island's eternal winds and the distant, mournful cries of gulls circling overhead. Liam surveyed the scene with a heavy heart, his gaze lingering on a small, untouched plate of breakfast, a half-eaten piece of toast, and a cooling, forgotten mug of tea. The very domesticity of these items, juxtaposed with the profound silence, suggested an abrupt and unexpected departure, one that had interrupted her morning routine with startling suddenness. He stepped back out, his eyes scanning the rugged terrain immediately surrounding the cottage, looking for any sign, any disturbance in the heather, any misplaced stone, any impression on the soft earth. He found none. The island, perpetually shrouded in its ever-present mists, seemed to absorb all traces, holding its secrets close, as if refusing to yield them. Liam, a man deeply familiar with the glacial pace of mainland bureaucracy when it concerned remote islanders, knew that the official authorities would be slow to react to the unexplained disappearance of a reclusive scientist on an isolated outcrop. He therefore made the arduous journey himself, a long, bone-rattling boat ride across the choppy sound to the nearest coastal town. He arrived at the small, unassuming police station, its windows overlooking the fishing boats in the harbor, and reported Alana's absence with a grave countenance. The local Gardai, a small force accustomed to handling mundane village disputes, minor fishing infractions, and occasional drunken brawls, rather than high-stakes missing persons cases involving scientific enigma, initially responded with a predictable measure of skepticism and polite dismissal. They suggested with calm assurances that Alana had likely gone on an unscheduled, solitary research expedition, perhaps venturing to another, even more remote and inaccessible islet in the vast expanse of the Atlantic, or that she simply desired even greater solitude than usual. Liam, however, remained unwavering and resolute in his conviction. He painstakingly conveyed his deep personal unease, highlighting Alana's unwavering adherence to her precise routine and her extreme meticulousness in all matters, underscoring how her current absence deviated profoundly from her established patterns. He emphasized the untouched breakfast, the open door, the neatly stowed, dry gear. His quiet but persistent arguments, coupled with the unusual details he described, eventually managed to sway the initially reluctant Gardai to dispatch a small team to investigate the mysterious circumstances on Emerald Isle. The wheels of official inquiry, though slow, had finally begun to turn. The Garda team, a small contingent led by Sergeant Kira O'Malley, a pragmatic, sharp-minded, and exceptionally observant officer known for her calm demeanor under pressure, arrived on the island a day later. Their official Garda boat cut through the choppy waters of the Sound, its engine a deep thrum against the backdrop of the waves. The initial, cursory search of the cottage immediately confirmed Liam's earlier observations. There were absolutely no discernible signs of forced entry, no overturned furniture, no broken objects suggesting a struggle, and nothing overtly out of place beyond the profound and unsettling fact of Alana's absence itself. It was as if she had simply stepped out of her meticulously ordered life and vanished seamlessly into the pervasive, concealing mist that often clung to the island. The chilling lack of any obvious disturbance was, in itself, profoundly disturbing, presenting a perplexing paradox to the experienced officers. It strongly pointed to a departure that was either entirely voluntary and meticulously planned to leave no trace, or incredibly swift, silent, and executed with an unseen precision, leaving no physical evidence of a struggle or intrusion. The silence within the cottage was absolute, heavy with unspoken questions. The official investigation commenced in earnest, despite the inherent and formidable challenges presented by the remote and untamed conditions of the island. Sergeant O'Malley and her small team of dedicated officers meticulously combed through every inch of the cottage, painstakingly searching for any minute anomalies, any microscopic trace of evidence that might conceivably offer a vital clue, a thread to follow in this bewildering labyrinth. They found nothing beyond Alana's own personal possessions, all neatly arranged. Her extensive research notes, filled with complex scientific diagrams and precise data points, lay stacked in organized piles. Her personal journal, written in a hand that was both precise and surprisingly eloquent, sat on her bedside table. Her sparse, practical clothing hung neatly in her wardrobe. Every item seemed to be in its rightful, expected place. The only item that felt remotely out of character and thus garnered particular attention was a small, well-worn leather-bound book found tucked beneath her pillow. It was clearly not a scientific text, but rather a surprisingly old and fragile collection of local island folklore and ancient Gaelic legends, filled with handwritten annotations in Alana's precise script. This was an unexpected detail for a woman so dedicated to empirical science, suggesting a private, perhaps almost secret, interest that contrasted sharply with her outward scientific persona. This small volume quickly became a point of quiet fascination for Sergeant O'Malley. Detectives proceeded to conduct exhaustive interviews with Liam, the last person to have seen Alana, and the few mainland contacts Alana had, including her estranged sister, Maeve. Maeve, a woman whose urban life stood in stark contrast to Alana's isolation, described Alana as exceptionally brilliant but intensely private, someone who had always prioritized her demanding scientific work above all else, often, she admitted, at the expense of personal relationships and family connections. Maeve expressed deep concern and genuine distress over her sister's disappearance, but admitted she hadn't spoken to Alana in months, a typical and long-standing pattern for their strained and distant relationship. She could offer no concrete insights into any recent changes in Alana's life. No one, absolutely no one, could offer a plausible or logical reason for such a sudden, unannounced departure. There were no known enemies, no recent conflicts or bitter disagreements, no apparent financial troubles that might precipitate a sudden flight, and no romantic entanglements that could explain such an abrupt vanishing. Alana's life, by all accounts available to the investigators, appeared to be as clear, cold, and transparent as the deep ocean she dedicated her life to studying. The absence of a conventional motive was as perplexing as the absence of a body. The search for Alana Hayes then expanded dramatically, encompassing the entire rugged and challenging landscape of Emerald Isle. Emergency services, including a specialized search and rescue team composed of experienced mountaineers and trained coastal guards, arrived to systematically sweep every conceivable inch of the island's desolate and often treacherous terrain. They scaled the sheer, unforgiving cliffs that dropped precipitously into the churning Atlantic, their ropes silhouetted against the gray sky. They meticulously explored hidden coves, accessible only at specific fleeting moments of extreme low tide, their flashlights cutting through the damp darkness. They navigated the dense, thorny heather that blanketed the island's interior, each step a struggle through the tangled growth. Drone surveys were meticulously conducted, capturing high-resolution aerial views of every nook and cranny, every inaccessible crevice and remote outcrop. Dogs specially trained for scent detection were brought in, their keen noses working diligently through the damp earth, the salty air, and the pervasive scent of heather and seaweed, tirelessly covering miles of ground. Yet, for days that bled into weeks, their exhaustive efforts yielded no tangible results. The island, ancient and unyielding, seemed to absorb Alana without a trace, leaving no discernible mark of her passing. The omnipresent wind carried only the plaintive cry of the gulls and the incessant, powerful roar of the ocean waves crashing against the implacable shore. Hope began to wane as the days passed, replaced by a growing sense of despair. Sergeant O'Malley, deeply frustrated by the profound lack of physical evidence and the baffling nature of the disappearance, found herself drawn back to Alana's quiet cottage. She sought inspiration not from forensic reports, but from the very essence of the calm, orderly space Alana had inhabited. Her gaze, time and again, returned to the small leather-bound collection of local folklore lying by Alana's bedside. She began to read Alana's meticulous handwritten annotations, her scientific mind intrigued by the unexpected intersection of empirical study an ancient legend. She noticed a particular, almost obsessive focus on legends of the Sidiho, the fairy folk or spirits, and ancient tales of islanders disappearing inexplicably into the vast turbulent sea during periods of unusually thick fogs. These legends often recounted how the lost individuals were said to be lured by ethereal, shimmering lights or strange, haunting songs emanating from the depths, never to be seen again. While she, as a rational officer of the law, initially dismissed these as mere superstitions, she could not ignore the precise manner in which Alana, the scientist, had annotated them. Alana's notes consistently tied these fantastical legends to specific, verifiable geographical features of the island, certain isolated caves, particular treacherous rock formations, or areas of unusually strong and unpredictable oceanic currents. This surprising congruence suggested that Alana, the rigorous scientist, was not merely reading folklore for amusement, but was treating it as a cryptic map, a potential guide to something real, something she was actively investigating. One recurring and heavily annotated legend centered around a place known locally as the Whisperer's Cave, a notorious sea cave rumored in the island's most ancient tales to be a dangerous portal to another realm, or a place where the veil between the known world and the unknown was exceptionally thin. Alana's notes indicated a profound and almost obsessive interest in its unique and complex tidal patterns and a particular exceptionally deep fissure within it, a chasm described in the legends with chilling reverence as the tongue of the abyss. This specific cave was notoriously difficult to access, known only to a few hardy local fishermen and divers, and was truly navigable only during a specific rare confluence of extremely low tide and unusually calm sea conditions, an event that occurred perhaps only a few times a year. Alana's extensive notes included precise calculations of these rare tidal windows, almost as if she had been planning an expedition there for a long time. She had even drawn detailed hand-sketched maps of the cave's interior, annotating potential areas of interest within the tongue of the abyss. More than a week after Alana's vanishing, with the weather forecast predicting a narrow, unprecedented window of exceptionally calm seas and a significant low tide, a meteorological anomaly for the season, Sergeant O'Malley, driven by a growing intuitive hunch derived from Alana's detailed notes, made a daring decision. She assembled a specialized, highly experienced diving team from the mainland, consisting of experts in cave diving and deep-sea exploration. They embarked on the treacherous journey to the Whisperer's Cave, their purpose now far clearer, guided by the precise coordinates and tidal information painstakingly recorded by Alana. The entrance to the cave was indeed a narrow, water-worn fissure, barely large enough for a single diver to pass through, requiring immense skill and courage. Inside, after navigating the tight passage, the cave opened into a vast, echoing chamber, its ceiling lost in the perpetual gloom, its ancient walls slick with perpetual dampness. The only illumination came from the powerful lights affixed to the divers' helmets and equipment, cutting through the murky, cold water, revealing fleeting glimpses of colossal rock formations and submerged pathways. The air within the cave was cold, profoundly damp, and carried the heavy primordial smell of salt, ancient rock, and undiscovered depths. Following Alana's meticulously annotated map from the well-worn folklore book and cross-referencing it with her scientific calculations, the divers carefully navigated through the main chamber, their powerful lights cutting through the pervasive gloom of the murky water. They eventually located the tongue of the abyss, a deep, narrow, almost perfectly vertical crack in the cave floor, previously dismissed by geologists as merely an unusual but insignificant geological anomaly. As they descended slowly, cautiously, Into this chilling fissure, the water grew colder still, its pressure increasing with each foot of descent, and the darkness outside their immediate light grew more absolute, more profound. The descent was long, unnerving, pushing the limits of their equipment and their own courage. It was here, at a staggering depth far greater than anyone would have expected, a depth that tested the very limits of human endurance and the capabilities of deep-sea diving equipment, that they found a small, oddly shaped, fully waterproof research buoy. It was unequivocally Alana's, specifically designed for deep-sea data collection and capable of withstanding immense pressure. It had been meticulously tethered to a rock formation near the mouth of the fissure. Attached to this buoy was a small, secure, clear plastic case, its contents perfectly preserved against the crushing pressure and the pervasive dampness. Inside the case, they found two items of profound significance: a sealed waterproof data stick and a single small hand-painted seashell, its surface smooth and iridescent. The data stick contained a series of encrypted files, a digital vault of Alana's final, most critical work. The seashell was painted with a very intricate, almost microscopic, yet remarkably detailed depiction of a strange, alien-looking bioluminescent creature. This creature, Alana's notes would later confirm, had never before been documented by science. It lived at extreme, unfathomable depths, and most crucially, emitted a strange, powerful, pulsating light, a light unlike anything known to terrestrial marine biology. The encrypted files on the data stick, once painstakingly retrieved and decrypted by highly specialized experts on the mainland using advanced cryptographic techniques, unveiled Alana's groundbreaking and astonishing findings. Her research revealed the existence of an entirely new, complex, and previously unknown ecosystem thriving at these unimaginable depths, a world teeming with unique life forms. This deep-sea world was sustained by a unique form of chemosynthesis, drawing energy from chemical reactions rather than sunlight. At the heart of this newly discovered ecosystem was a species of large, previously unknown bioluminescent invertebrates, the very creatures depicted on the seashell. These organisms produced a powerful, intense, and profoundly hypnotic light, a light that Alana's preliminary findings indicated could disorient and even temporarily incapacitate other marine life, and, chillingly, potentially humans if exposed for prolonged periods underwater in the deep. Her final, most urgent notes suggested a daring, almost reckless theory that some of the ancient island disappearances, long attributed to luring spirits or mythological beings, might actually have been caused by accidental, tragic encounters with these previously unknown, light-emitting organisms. The legends, it seemed, had a terrifying scientific basis. Alana's final entry in her digital log, dated the morning of her disappearance, offered a chilling and poignant insight into her last moments. It described her unwavering intention to undertake one final, deeper dive into the fissure, a descent into the tongue of the abyss, to confirm a crucial specific hypothesis about the creature's sensory disruption capabilities. She mentioned observing a faint, unusual, yet undeniably compelling luminescence emanating from the very deepest reaches of the fissure, a light that seemed to actively draw her in, beckoning her towards the ultimate discovery. The log ended abruptly, mid-sentence, mirroring the unfinished research paper that still lay open on her desk in the cottage above. The implication was stark and clear. Alana had, in fact, found what she was looking for, the scientific breakthrough she had dedicated her life to. But the encounter had been fatal. She had likely succumbed to the overwhelming, disorienting effects of the creature's powerful light, losing her spatial awareness and direction in the immense pressure and absolute darkness of the deep fissure, rendering her unable to navigate her way back to the surface. Her body was never recovered. The vast, cold, and ancient ocean, her lifelong subject of intense study, had ultimately claimed her, pulling her into its deepest, most secret, and unyielding embrace. The news of Alana Hayes' tragic and extraordinary fate rippled slowly through the global scientific community, igniting a wave of awe and profound sorrow. More subtly, it spread through the quiet, close-knit lanes of Emerald Isle and the nearby coastal towns. Her groundbreaking discovery, meticulously documented in her final research, revolutionized deep-sea biology, unveiling an entirely new chapter in our understanding of marine ecosystems and the astonishing biodiversity of the abyssal plains. It revealed a hidden world, thriving against all odds, challenging previous notions of life on Earth. Yet, while her scientific legacy blossomed, her disappearance also brought a poignant and sorrowful closure to her personal story, explaining her silent vanishing not as a crime committed by human hands, but as a tragic, almost poetic, absorption into the very mysteries she had sought to understand and unveil. The small, intricately hand-painted seashell found with her research became a quiet, enduring symbol of her last, most profound discovery, a silent testament to her dedication. The islanders of Emerald Isle spoke of Alana's fate in hushed tones, their voices tinged with a blend of scientific understanding and ancient reverence. Some suggested she had indeed been taken by the Sida, the ancient spirits of the island, but now the ancient legends had been intertwined with a chilling scientific explanation for the mysterious disappearances that had haunted their oral history for generations. Her fading footprints, once a source of perplexing mystery, led not to a criminal's lair or a tragic human conflict, but to the deepest, most unseen shadow of the ocean itself, a realm of wonders and perils previously unimagined. The profound mystery of her disappearance eventually dissolved not into fear, but into a quiet, almost spiritual contemplation of the vast unexplored wonders that still exist within our world, and the immense compelling lengths to which human curiosity, dedication, and courage will reach in the relentless pursuit of knowledge. Her story became a quiet legend, spoken of in the misty evenings, a reminder of the thin veil between myth and discovery, and the profound beauty and danger of the unknown. As the quiet stillness envelops you now, and the gentle sounds of the night begin their lullaby, let the story of Dr. Alana Hayes, the dedicated marine biologist of Emerald Isle, drift softly through your thoughts. Consider the deep, silent places of the world, teeming with undiscovered life, and the remarkable lives dedicated to bravely uncovering their secrets, even at the greatest personal cost. May this tale leave you with a sense of wonder, a touch of gentle mystery, and a calm, peaceful heart as you drift into slumber, knowing that even in the deepest darkness, light and answers can be found. The Lee family murders South Korea. Welcome back. Tonight we gently turn our attention to a case from South Korea, a narrative that slowly unfolds, revealing layers of familial discord, quiet desperation, and ultimately a sorrowful crime that rippled through a nation. For many, these stories become a soft murmur in the background as slumber approaches. Before you drift, perhaps consider, where in the world are you listening from tonight? Are you nestled in a cozy, familiar space, or perhaps finding a moment of quiet reflection away from the day's bustle? Allow your thoughts to settle, your breath to deepen as we begin. Our journey commences on a gentle, late winter morning, specifically February 26, 2019, within the quiet rhythm of Ansong, a city nestled in South Korea's Gyeonggi province. The air still held the lingering chill of winter's embrace, yet a subtle promise of spring was carried on the breeze, hinting at warmer days to come. On this particular day, the otherwise ordinary cadence of one family's life was poised to unravel, quietly, profoundly, and irrevocably. A man, his features marked by a growing sense of anxiety and a creeping disbelief, moved through the automatic doors of the Dong'an police station in Anyang City. His name was Lee Jin, and his purpose there was to convey something deeply unsettling, something that defied the logical order of his meticulously structured world. His concern was palpable. He had lost all contact with his parents, his father, Lee Sang-ho, aged 62, and his mother, Kim Myung, 58. For several days, their phones had remained stubbornly silent, their calls unanswered. Their familiar daily routines had simply ceased, as if they had quietly, inexplicably stepped away from their lives. Lee Jin conveyed his deep worry to the officer on duty, emphasizing that such prolonged silence was entirely uncharacteristic of his parents. He noted that they invariably answered his calls. The officer, identified as Officer Park, responded with a calm, almost dismissive tone, explaining that instances of two elderly individuals disappearing simultaneously were exceedingly rare. He suggested that most cases of missing elderly persons typically resolved themselves as simple misunderstandings, or at worst involved unforeseen medical emergencies while away from home. Officer Park inquired if Lee Jin had reached out to their friends, neighbors, or any other relatives. Lee Jin confirmed he had indeed contacted everyone he could think of, yet no one had seen his parents. He stressed that his parents had been in excellent health, with no underlying conditions that would suggest sudden incapacitation. He argued that even if one had fallen ill, the likelihood of both succumbing simultaneously without anyone knowing seemed practically impossible. He reiterated their careful habits and their consistent connection to family. For those acquainted with the typical police procedures in South Korean missing persons cases, Lee Jin's experience was, regrettably, quite common. A noticeable indifference often prevailed, a reluctance to commit significant resources to cases that did not immediately present as high priority. Even for reports of missing children, the initial response could be frustratingly slow, let alone for adult disappearances. This particular case, despite Lee Jin's fervent and heartfelt pleas, proved to be no exception. The police exhibited a notable lack of urgency regarding his report. Their accumulated experience, they seemed to imply, suggested that such a scenario was highly improbable, an unlikely statistical anomaly. After a brief, almost perfunctory consideration, they offered the suggestion that Lee Jin's parents had most likely embarked on an impromptu journey, perhaps a spontaneous vacation they simply had not bothered to mention to anyone. They advised him to exercise patience, to wait a few more days, assuring him that his parents would surely resurface. Lee Jin departed the station that day, a heavy, cold knot of dread tightening within him, the casual dismissal from the authorities doing little to calm his profound and growing unease. He felt, deep within his intuition, that something was profoundly, terribly amiss. Days slowly blurred into a week, then two. The silence emanating from his parents' home became an almost unbearable presence. Lee Jin, unable to shake the pervasive and chilling sense of alarm that had taken root within him, returned to their residence, a quiet, unassuming suburban house nestled on the tranquil outskirts of Ansong. The very air surrounding the house felt heavy, stagnant, as if the structure itself was holding its breath in anticipation. He approached the front door, his hand trembling slightly, as he reached for the knob. The door yielded easily. It was unlocked. A sudden sharp chill snaked its way up his spine. Stepping inside, the interior of the house appeared outwardly undisturbed, yet it felt profoundly, starkly empty. There were no obvious signs of a hasty departure. No luggage stood by the door. No hastily scribbled farewell notes rested on the counter. The ordinary objects of daily life, a newspaper half read on the coffee table, a teacup left by the kitchen sink, seemed oddly frozen in time, betraying no urgency, no indication whatsoever of a planned journey. Li Jin's gaze swept across the living room, then moved to the kitchen, a creeping sense of unease steadily blossoming into outright panic. He called out their names, his voice echoing unnaturally in the stillness. The silence that answered was absolute, broken only by the frantic thumping rhythm of his own heart. He moved deliberately through the house, each slow step seeming to resonate loudly in the eerie quiet. Driven by an inexplicable yet insistent intuition, Li Jin ventured into the backyard, his eyes drawn towards a small, unassuming shed, typically utilized for gardening tools and other household sundries. As he drew nearer, a faint, unmistakably acrid odor reached him, something metallic and sickeningly sweet, a smell that clutched at his throat. His hand, now visibly trembling, reached for the shed's worn latch. The shed door groaned softly as it creaked open, slowly revealing a scene that would forever embed itself in the darkest corners of his memory, a vision destined to haunt his nightmares. Inside, amidst the array of gardening implements and dusty shelves, lay the lifeless forms of his parents. They had been bound, their mouths gagged, and their throats had been brutally, chillingly cut. The sheer barbarity of the act was sickening, a violent rupture of the quiet suburban peace that the neighborhood usually exuded. His father lay slumped against a stack of firewood, his eyes wide and unseeing, staring blankly at the dusty ceiling above. His mother's body was contorted unnaturally on the cold concrete floor, one hand outstretched as if in a final desperate silent plea for life. The shed, once a place of mundane utility, had been irrevocably transformed into a macabre tomb, a silent, horrifying testament to an unspeakable act of violence. Li Jin's scream, a raw, primal sound born of profound grief and utter terror, tore through the otherwise still afternoon, shattering its peace. The initial indifference displayed by the police was instantly shattered by the grim, undeniable reality of the discovery. Forensics teams quickly swarmed the scene, their specialized equipment glinting in the pale light. The quiet suburban street, moments before serene, was now transformed into a hive of intense activity. The flashing blue lights of emergency vehicles, painting stark, fleeting patterns across the overcast sky. The investigation, which had previously been a mere perfunctory formality, was now elevated to a full-blown murder inquiry, shrouded in the chilling mystery of a double homicide. The police, now fully mobilized and with a renewed sense of purpose, began their meticulous and painstaking work. They scoured every inch of the house, meticulously analyzing the grim crime scene for any clue, any piece of evidence that might shed light on the horrific events. They initiated extensive interviews with every possible witness, casting a wide net for information. The immediate and primary focus of their attention turned, quite naturally, to the victim's two sons, Li Jin, the dutiful son who had reported his parents missing and made the devastating discovery, and his elder brother, Li Han-sol. Li Han-sol stood in stark contrast to his younger brother. While Li Jin was known as an upright and responsible citizen, Han-sol possessed a documented history marred by fraud and various other illegal activities. He was widely known to have accumulated significant gambling debts over time and had a reputation for consistently extorting money from his parents, often resorting to threats and manipulative emotional tactics. It was a dark, unspoken secret that the family had long attempted to conceal, a persistent stain on their otherwise outwardly respectable facade. This troubled past immediately cast a long, ominous shadow over the burgeoning investigation. Given Hansel's tumultuous history and the visibly strained dynamics within the family, the police quickly formulated a primary theory, that of a revenge killing. Perhaps Hansel's illicit dealings had deeply angered someone, leading to the brutal murder of his parents as a form of cruel retribution. Or a far darker and more disturbing possibility. Perhaps Hansel himself was directly involved, driven by an overwhelming sense of desperation or a twisted, perverse sense of entitlement. The detectives began to delve deeper into Hansel's intricate network of connections, his known associates, and his whereabouts during the critical time frame of the murders. When questioned by the authorities, Hansel's demeanor was notably unsettling. He appeared oddly calm, almost unnervingly detached, upon being informed of his parents' gruesome deaths. His responses to the police inquiries were vague, evasive, and subtly inconsistent, doing little to alleviate the suspicions against him. Crucially, he was unable to provide any credible alibi for the time when the murders were believed to have occurred. The suspicions surrounding him, initially a nagging doubt, gradually solidified into a palpable certainty in the minds of the lead detectives. However, just as the investigative net seemed to be drawing inexorably closer around Lee Hansol, a shocking and entirely unexpected discovery emerged, one that dramatically shifted the entire focus and direction of the investigation. While meticulously sifting through the deceased victim's intricate financial records, detectives uncovered compelling evidence of numerous fraudulent loans that had been taken out in the names of the now deceased parents. These were not inconsequential sums. They amounted to substantial, alarming debts, all meticulously disguised and hidden within a complex web of transactions. Further investigation, diligently peeling back the numerous layers of financial deception, revealed a deeply disturbing and uncomfortable truth. The elderly couple themselves had been complicit in these fraudulent activities. They had, it appeared, knowingly and willingly participated in schemes designed to defraud others. It was subsequently discovered that they had been lending money to a shadowy illicit loan shark, an individual operating deeply within the fringes of the underground economy. This particular loan shark, it was unearthed, had issued severe threats against them, promising dire consequences if they failed to meet their repayment obligations. The initial image of the innocent, unambiguously victimized elderly couple began to crumble, replaced by a far more complex, morally ambiguous, and unsettling reality. When this startling new information inevitably leaked to the media, public opinion, which had initially been overwhelmingly sympathetic to the victims, underwent a dramatic and deeply disturbing transformation. Headlines blared news of the elderly couple's involvement in clandestine financial schemes, painting them not simply as victims of a heinous crime, but as active participants in illicit activities. The news ignited a veritable firestorm of public debate, with many citizens expressing a perverse and unsettling sympathy for the unknown killer. The logic, though chillingly simple, resonated with some. If the victims themselves were engaged in criminal behavior, perhaps their deaths were a grim, albeit brutal consequence, a form of twisted poetic justice delivered by an aggrieved party. The initial widespread outrage at the murders slowly began to curdle into a grim satisfaction for a segment of the public. The police, navigating this treacherous and ethically complex shift in public sentiment, found their investigation abruptly redirected. The primary focus moved decisively away from the initial revenge-killing theory and squarely onto the shadowy, dangerous world of illegal loan sharks. They began the arduous task of tracking down individuals known to be deeply involved in such illicit operations, diligently following a convoluted and often dangerous trail of complex financial transactions and whispered, guarded rumors. The crucial breakthrough arrived unexpectedly, emerging from what seemed like a routine surveillance operation. A carefully placed wiretap on a known associate of the implicated loan shark intercepted a crucial and incriminating phone call. A man's voice, laced with a discernible mixture of fear and a strange bravado, was clearly heard confessing to the gruesome murders, detailing the brutal act with unsettling precision. He also expressed considerable frustration over the surprisingly meager amount of money he had managed to find at the crime scene. Disturbingly, he even mentioned receiving instructions to take out additional fraudulent loans in the victims' names, a chilling detail that confirmed the killer's cold intent to exploit their identities even after their deaths. Acting swiftly and decisively on this critical intelligence, police tracked the caller to a small, nondescript apartment located in a neighboring city. In a swift, impeccably coordinated pre-dawn raid, they successfully apprehended the man. His name was Kim Dong-wook, a career criminal with an extensive history of violent offenses, a man who had been deeply embedded within the illicit loan shark network for years, often serving as a ruthless enforcer. Under the intense and sustained pressure of interrogation, Kim Dong-wook eventually broke his silence. He confessed to the brutal and cold-blooded murders of Lee Song-ho and Kim Mi-eun. His motive, he revealed, was not revenge, but something far more prosaic, yet equally sinister in its implications: simple robbery. He explained that he had been dispatched to the Lee residence to collect an overdue debt. However, when the Lees asserted they had no immediate money to offer, he perceived an opportunistic moment. He proceeded to murder them, harboring the expectation of discovering hidden cash and other valuables, and further intending to exploit their identities for a series of fraudulent loans. He admitted that his initial plan had merely been to intimidate them into compliance, but when they resisted his demands, the situation escalated violently and irreversibly. He recounted the horror of the deed with an unsettling, almost chilling detachment, describing how he had utilized a knife found in their own kitchen to silence them permanently. As the police investigation continued to unfold, it became increasingly apparent that Kim Dong-wook's actions were far from a spontaneous, impulsive act. He had arrived at the Lee residence equipped with zip ties and a clearly pre-existing plan to extract money, by force if deemed necessary. The murders, while perhaps not the absolute initial primary objective, were undeniably a calculated escalation, demonstrating a chilling willingness to resort to lethal violence in order to achieve his financial goals. His subsequent efforts to meticulously conceal the crime, to actively evade the ensuing investigation, and to exploit the victims' identities for further fraudulent gain, even after the act, all powerfully demonstrated an extremely malicious and deliberate intent. The trial of Kim Dong-wook captivated the nation's attention, drawing widespread public scrutiny. The inherent complexities of the case, compounded by the victim's own questionable involvement in illicit financial schemes, and the utterly brutal nature of the crime itself, fueled an intense and often passionate public discussion. Despite the initial, albeit twisted, public sympathy for the killer due to the victim's involvement in dubious financial dealings, the sheer barbarity of the murders simply could not be overlooked or excused. The prosecution meticulously and compellingly presented their case, detailing the gruesome crime with stark clarity, highlighting the evident premeditation and emphasizing Kim Dong-wook's utter lack of remorse throughout the proceedings. The court, after carefully considering the profound severity of this heinous crime, the undeniable societal imperative to establish a strong deterrent effect, and the cold, calculated nature of Kim Dong-wook's actions, delivered a definitive and resolute verdict. He was found guilty on all counts, including the charge of premeditated murder. The sentence handed down was swift, uncompromising, and deeply impactful. Kim Dong-wook received the death penalty. It was a sentence that unequivocally reflected the immense gravity of his crimes, sending a stark, unwavering message that even in cases involving complicated victims, the taking of a human life, particularly in such a brutal and deliberate manner, would not be tolerated or met with leniency. In the somber aftermath of the trial, while a form of justice had been served for the murders, the unsettling shadow of the fraudulent brother Lee Hun-sol continued to linger ominously. Despite the profound tragedy that had so irrevocably befallen his own family, Lee Hun-sol, remaining true to his inherent nature, persisted in his illicit activities. He quietly vanished from the immediate public eye for a time, only to predictably resurface years later, still deeply entangled in various financial scandals, leaving in his wake a lamentable trail of new victims and broken promises. The Lee family, once a seemingly ordinary household, had been irrevocably scarred by a confluence of crime, deep-seated deceit, and a truly tragic end. Their story served as a stark and sobering reminder of the hidden darkness that can quietly fester beneath the seemingly calm surface of ordinary lives, and the devastating, far-reaching consequences that ripple outwards, touching everyone in their path. This particular case, while certainly unique in its specific details and circumstances, echoes a profound and universal truth, that the human capacity for both profound good and chilling evil knows no discernible bounds. The story of the Lee family, indelibly marred by tragedy and further compounded by an intricate and tangled web of deceit, stands as a chilling reminder of how swiftly the mundane aspects of existence can descend into the truly terrifying and unfathomable. As your thoughts begin to quiet tonight, and you perhaps feel the gentle pull of slumber, let this story resonate not as a source of unsettling fear, but rather as a somber yet compelling reflection on the intricate complexities of justice and the enduring, often perplexing mysteries of the human heart. Until our next quiet gathering, stay safe, and may your sleep be peaceful if you can. The unseen shadow, a silent disappearance. Welcome to this quiet moment, a space where stories unfold softly, inviting contemplation as the world outside fades. Tonight, we explore a disappearance that lingers in the memory like a half-forgotten dream, a tale of a life that simply ceased to be, leaving behind only questions and an unsettling silence. Before we begin our journey into this particular mystery, consider where you are now. Is your space peaceful, warm, inviting? Allow yourself to settle, to breathe deeply, as we gently turn the page to a story that reminds us of the profound fragility of presence. Our narrative begins in the early spring of 2012, in the small, seemingly idyllic town of Havenwood, nestled deep within a valley in the Pacific Northwest. Havenwood was a place where life moved at a deliberately unhurried pace, where neighbors knew each other by name, and the rhythm of the seasons dictated the community's gentle pulse. Towering ancient fir trees stood sentinels on the surrounding hills, their vast, silent presence seemingly overseeing the quiet lives below. In this tranquil setting resided Alara Vance, a woman in her late 30s, Known for her quiet demeanor, her meticulous routines, and her profound love for the arts, particularly painting, her small cottage, perched on the edge of the woods, was a beacon of creativity, its windows often glowing late into the night as she worked on her canvases. Alara's life, while outwardly serene, possessed a subtle, almost imperceptible air of detachment. She was friendly but reserved, her social circle small and intimate, her days unfolded with a comforting predictability. Morning walks through the dew-kissed woods, afternoons spent in her studio, the gentle scrape of her palette knife, the only sound, and evenings immersed in books or quiet reflection. She had a few close friends, mostly fellow artists, with whom she shared occasional meals and discussions about their craft. Her family lived some distance away, maintaining contact through infrequent phone calls and holiday visits. No one would have described Alara as a person who courted drama or attracted undue attention. Her existence was a quiet hum, a soft melody in the background of Havenwood's daily life. The first whisper of concern surfaced on a Tuesday, usually Alara's day for grocery shopping and a visit to the local library. The librarian, Martha, a woman of sharp observation and a kindly heart, noted Alara's absence. It wasn't entirely unusual for Alara to skip an outing if inspiration struck, but a missed library book return was almost unheard of for her. Martha made a mental note, a tiny prick of unease. Later that afternoon, Sarah, a fellow artist who shared a weekly critique session with Alara, tried calling her. The phone rang, unanswered, a hollow echo in the silent cottage. Sarah left a voicemail, a casual inquiry about their next meeting, trying to dismiss a nascent feeling of worry. As the week progressed, the subtle unease transformed into a more tangible concern. Alara did not respond to calls or texts. Her cottage remained dark in the evenings, its usual glow absent. The newspapers began to pile up on her porch, their crisp edges unfurling in the morning dew. Her beloved cat, a ginger tabby named Jasper, was observed by a neighbor, Mr. Henderson, perched on the windowsill, meowing plaintively, its usually well-groomed fur now slightly disheveled. Mr. Henderson, perched on the windowsill, meowing plaintively, its usually well-groomed fur now slightly disheveled. Mr. Henderson, a retired carpenter with a keen eye for detail, also noticed Alara's car, a modest silver sedan, still parked in her driveway, undisturbed. This was a critical detail, as Alara rarely left town without her vehicle. On Friday morning, with a sense of growing foreboding, Sarah drove to Alara's cottage. She knocked on the door, then again, more insistently. No answer. She peered through the windows, noting the same half-finished canvas on the easel, the same scattered brushes, the same untouched teacup on the table. Everything seemed frozen, as if Alara had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. The air inside felt cold, stale, conveying an unnerving sense of abandonment. Sarah knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that something was profoundly wrong. She drove immediately to the Havenwood Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Brody, a man whose stern exterior belied a deep understanding of his small community, listened carefully as Sarah recounted her concerns. He noted her description of Alara's habits, her aversion to spontaneous travel, and the untouched car. He dispatched 2 deputies, Miller and Jenkins, to the cottage to conduct an initial welfare check. Their report confirmed Sarah's observations. No signs of forced entry, no struggle, nothing overtly amiss inside the home. Yet Alara Vance was simply gone. Her disappearance, initially a quiet ripple, began to stir the placid waters of Havenwood. The formal missing person investigation commenced. Sheriff Brody, recognizing the unusual nature of the case, in a town where such events were rare, called in Detective Reyes from the county sheriff's office, a seasoned investigator known for his methodical approach. The cottage became a focal point of their inquiry. Forensic teams meticulously scoured every surface, searching for any anomalies, any microscopic trace that might offer a clue. They found nothing, no fingerprints other than Alara's, no foreign fibers, no disturbed dust. It was as if she had simply evaporated. Detectives interviewed Alara's friends and limited family members. Her friends described her as private but reliable. They affirmed her predictable routines and her dislike for unexpected changes. Her family expressed shock and distress, confirming her consistent nature. No one could fathom why she would leave without a word, abandoning her home, her art, and her beloved cat. There were no known enemies, no recent conflicts, no financial troubles, no romantic entanglements that might explain a sudden departure. Alara's life, by all accounts, was an open book, albeit one with very few dramatic chapters. The investigation then shifted to Alara's digital footprint. Her computer, her phone, her social media accounts, all were examined with painstaking detail. Her emails showed no suspicious correspondence. Her phone logs revealed only calls to her usual contacts and utility providers. Her social media presence was minimal, mostly sharing photos of her paintings, devoid of any personal drama or cryptic messages. Her bank accounts showed no unusual activity, no large withdrawals, no purchases that might suggest a planned escape. The financial trail, usually a clear indicator of intent, was utterly silent. This lack of digital evidence only deepened the mystery, suggesting a departure that was either incredibly well planned or entirely unexpected. The Havenwood community, initially shocked, now began to feel the heavy weight of apprehension. Flyers with Alara's serene portrait were posted in every shop window, on lampposts, and in the community center. Local news channels picked up the story, their reporters describing Havenwood as a town grappling with an unsettling void. Volunteers organized search parties, combing the vast, dense woods surrounding Alara's cottage, their calls echoing through the quiet wilderness. They explored abandoned cabins, dense thickets, and remote trails, but found no trace. The forest, ancient and indifferent, held its secrets close. Detective Reyes, accustomed to cases with clear motives or obvious struggles, found himself in a unique quandary. The absence of any signs of foul play within the cottage was perplexing. If Alara had been abducted, it had happened without a sound, leaving no physical evidence. If she had left voluntarily, she had done so with an unparalleled level of premeditation and secrecy, abandoning everything that anchored her to her life. The lack of clues was in itself a chilling clue. It pointed to an unseen shadow, an undetectable presence. As weeks turned into months, the initial flurry of activity began to wane. The search parties became smaller, the news coverage less frequent. The missing person flyers, once crisp and bright, began to fade and curl at the edges, slowly becoming part of the familiar landscape. Yet, for Sheriff Brody and Detective Reyes, Alara Vance's disappearance remained a gnawing enigma, a puzzle with too many missing pieces. They revisited interviews, re-examined evidence, and re-walked the path to Alara's cottage, hoping for a new perspective, a missed detail. During one of these re-examinations, Detective Reyes focused on a curious detail that had been logged but not fully appreciated, a single faint scratch on the exterior of Alara's cottage, near a window at the back. It was small, almost imperceptible, easily dismissed as a random mark from a branch or accidental contact. However, its position, low to the ground and slightly obscured by overgrown bushes, made him pause. It was too precise, too deliberate for a casual abrasion. He had the forensic team re-examine it. Under closer magnification, they identified microscopic traces of dark paint, not from the cottage itself, but a foreign substance. This small, seemingly insignificant detail reignited a spark in the cold case. Detective Reyes began to consider the possibility of an intruder who was exceptionally careful, who left minimal traces. The dark paint suggested something brought to the scene, something that left a mark on contact. He returned to Alara's life, looking for connections, however remote, to anyone who might possess such a distinctive item. His attention was drawn to a local art supplier, a small independent shop Alara frequented. The shop owner, Mr. Silas, remembered Alara well, describing her as a valued customer. Reyes inquired about unusual purchases, anything that might be out of character. Mr. Silas mentioned that several months prior to Alara's disappearance, she had expressed concern about a particular customer. This customer, a man in his late 40s named Marcus Thorne, was also an artist, but one known for his intense, almost obsessive focus on other artists' work, particularly Alara's. He had purchased several of Alara's smaller pieces from a local gallery and had on more than one occasion lingered at the art supply shop, making inquiries about Alara's preferred brands of paint and brushes, even asking about her schedule. Mr. Silas had dismissed it as artistic admiration, but in retrospect, a disquieting edge to Thorne's interest now surfaced. Thorne's signature color in his own abstract works was a very dark, almost black, industrial-grade acrylic. Detective Reyes obtained a search warrant for Marcus Thorne's studio, located in a converted warehouse on the outskirts of Havenwood. The studio was a chaotic symphony of vibrant colors and half-finished canvases. As detectives meticulously searched, they discovered a large, custom-made wooden art crate, similar to those used to transport large paintings. This crate had a fresh, faint scratch on its side, and within that scratch, forensic analysis confirmed the presence of microscopic paint traces that matched the sample found on Alara's cottage. Marcus Thorne was brought in for questioning. He presented himself as a passionate, if eccentric, artist. He readily admitted his admiration for Alara's work, even confessing to visiting her cottage on occasion, sometimes just to observe her from a distance, driven by what he termed artistic inspiration. He vehemently denied any involvement in her disappearance, claiming to have been working in his studio alone during the time she vanished. However, Detective Reyes pressed him on the wooden crate and the matching paint. Thorne's demeanor shifted. His artistic fervor gave way to a strained silence, then a nervous tremor. He began to contradict himself, his story unraveling. Faced with the mounting circumstantial evidence, he eventually confessed, his voice barely a whisper. Thorne admitted that his admiration for Alara had spiraled into an unhealthy obsession. He believed he needed her essence, her unique artistic vision, to complete his own magnum opus. On the night of her disappearance, he had approached her cottage, not with violence in mind, but with a misguided desire to persuade her to collaborate. He had brought the wooden crate, intending to transport her most prized unfinished painting back to his studio. He had tapped on her window, startled her, and in the ensuing moments of panic and struggle, Alara had fallen, hitting her head. The impact had been fatal. In a state of terror and profound shock, Thorne had made a horrifying decision. He had placed Alara's body inside the large art crate, sealed it, and under the cover of darkness, loaded it into his own van. He had driven for hours to a remote, seldom-used logging road deep within the vast, ancient forest miles from Havenwood. There, he had buried the crate and Alara's body beneath a thick carpet of pine needles and decaying leaves, camouflaging the disturbed earth with natural debris, intending for her to become as unseen as the shadows of the forest itself. He had then driven her car back to her cottage, leaving it in her driveway to maintain the illusion of a voluntary departure. Thorne described how he had meticulously cleaned his van and his studio, destroying any clothing or tools that might have carried traces of the crime. He had convinced himself that no one would ever connect him to Alara, believing his actions had been flawless, leaving no discernible trail. The scratch on the wooden crate and the microscopic paint, however, were the silent witnesses he could not erase, the tiny threads that unspooled his carefully constructed lie. The discovery of Alara Vance's remains brought a somber closure to Havenwood, but it did not diminish the profound sorrow. The quiet town, once defined by its peace, now carried the heavy burden of a hidden tragedy, a testament to the unseen shadows that can lurk even in the most serene of places. Marcus Thorne was charged with murder. During the trial, his defense attempted to portray the act as accidental, a tragic misstep born of artistic fervor. However, the prosecution presented a compelling case of calculated concealment and a chilling disregard for human life, emphasizing his meticulous efforts to hide the crime. The jury returned a verdict of guilty, and Thorne received a sentence that reflected the gravity of his actions. The story of Alara Vance serves as a quiet reminder that even in the most tranquil settings, an unseen shadow can emerge, leaving behind a silence that speaks volumes. It underscores the insidious nature of obsession and the painstaking unraveling of secrets long held in the dark. As the quiet descends around you and you prepare for rest, may the stillness bring not unease, but a gentle comfort, knowing that even the deepest shadows can eventually be illuminated by the unwavering light of truth. This story is only 15,000 characters. The world will Imel Ive Samamalukal, and Furs or Tapra Tessel de Gendir. Here is a further expanded script for the unseen shadow, a silent disappearance, aiming for approximately 50,000 characters, maintaining the calming tone for sleep, and with all first-person dialogue and structural elements removed. The Unseen Shadow, a silent disappearance. Welcome to this quiet space, a moment where stories gently unfurl, inviting a sense of peaceful contemplation as the day's demands recede. Tonight, we journey into a disappearance that continues to echo in the collective memory, a narrative of a life that seemed to softly dissipate, leaving behind only an unsettling void and a multitude of unanswered questions. Before we embark upon this particular mystery, allow your thoughts to settle, your breath to deepen, and your body to relax. Consider the quiet comfort of your surroundings. Wherever you may be listening, allow the narrative to wash over you, a gentle current guiding you towards a restful state. Our story begins in the nascent days of spring, in the year 2012, within the serene embrace of Havenwood, a small, seemingly idyllic town nestled deep within a verdant valley in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Havenwood was a community where the very essence of life moved at a deliberately unhurried pace, a place where the faces of neighbors were intimately known, and the gentle, predictable rhythms of the changing seasons dictated the quiet pulse of daily existence. Towering, ancient fir trees stood as silent, majestic sentinels on the surrounding hills, their vast, imposing presence seemingly overseeing the tranquil lives unfolding below. In this haven of peace resided Alara Vance, a woman in her late 30s, distinguished by her quiet, introspective demeanor, her almost ritualistic adherence to meticulous routines, and her profound, unwavering devotion to the arts, most notably painting. Her small, quaint cottage, gracefully positioned on the verdant edge of the embracing woods, served as a modest but powerful beacon of creativity, its windows frequently glowing with a soft, inviting light, late into the night as she immersed herself in the quiet, consuming world of her canvases. Alara's life, while outwardly radiating a sense of profound serenity, possessed a subtle, almost imperceptible aura of detachment. She was invariably friendly and polite, yet maintained a reserved distance, her social circle deliberately small and intimately curated. Her days unfolded with a comforting, almost rhythmic predictability. Early morning walks through the dew-kissed woods, where the air was crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth. Tranquil afternoons spent in the solitary communion of her sun-dappled studio, the soft, rhythmic scrape of her palette knife against canvas, often the only sound to break the stillness, and contemplative evenings immersed in the pages of cherished books or lost in quiet, profound reflection. Her close friendships were few, primarily confined to fellow artists with whom she shared occasional, thoughtful meals and engaged in deep, insightful discussions about the nuances of their craft. Her family resided some considerable distance away, maintaining contact through infrequent, cordial phone calls and the cherished rituals of holiday visits. No one who knew Alara, even superficially, would have ever described her as a person who actively sought out drama or one who inadvertently attracted undue attention. Her existence was a quiet hum, a soft, harmonious melody that played gently in the background of Havenwood's daily, unassuming life. The first faint whisper of concern regarding Alara's well-being surfaced on a particular Tuesday, a day typically reserved for her routine grocery shopping and a cherished visit to the local public library. The librarian, Martha, a woman of astute observation and a kindly, empathetic heart, was the first to distinctly note Alara's unexplained absence. While it was not entirely unheard of for Alara to occasionally forego an outing if a surge of artistic inspiration took hold, a missed library book return was an almost unprecedented event for her. So diligently punctual was she. Martha made a quiet mental note, a tiny prick of unease beginning to form within her. Later that same afternoon, Sarah, a fellow artist who shared a beloved weekly critique session with Alara, attempted to reach her by phone. The phone rang repeatedly, each unanswered chime echoing with a hollow emptiness in the silent cottage. Sarah left a voicemail, a seemingly casual inquiry about their next scheduled meeting, endeavoring to dismiss a nascent, unwelcome feeling of worry that began to stir within her. As the days slowly, inexorably bled into the rest of the week, the subtle undercurrent of unease steadily intensified, transforming into a more tangible and pronounced concern. Alara did not respond to any of the subsequent calls or text messages that her friends sent. Her cottage, usually a comforting beacon of light, remained conspicuously dark in the evenings, its customary warm glow noticeably absent. The local newspapers began to accumulate on her porch, their crisp folded edges slowly unfurling and dampening in the morning dew, a stark testament to her prolonged absence. Her beloved cat, a handsome ginger tabby named Jasper, a creature known for its fastidious grooming, was observed by a vigilant neighbor, Mr. Henderson, perched forlornly on the windowsill, emitting a plaintive, mournful meow, its usually pristine fur now slightly disheveled and matted. Mr. Henderson, perched forlornly on the windowsill, emitting a plaintive, mournful meow, its usually pristine fur now slightly disheveled and matted. Henderson, a retired carpenter with a remarkably keen eye for minute details, also noted a crucial piece of information. Alara's car, a modest silver sedan, remained conspicuously parked in her driveway, entirely undisturbed. This was a particularly significant detail, as Alara was known to rarely, if ever, leave town without her reliable vehicle. On the crisp Friday morning, burdened by an escalating sense of foreboding, Sarah drove purposefully to Alara's quiet cottage. She knocked firmly on the front door, then again more insistently, her knuckles rapping against the wood. Still, no answer. She peered cautiously through the windows, observing the same half-finished canvas resting on the easel, the same scattered array of brushes, the same untouched teacup sitting precisely where it had been left on the table. Everything within the cottage appeared to be unnervingly frozen in time, as if Alara had merely stepped out for a fleeting moment and had simply never returned. The very air inside the home felt cold, stagnant, conveying an unnerving and profound sense of abandonment. Sarah knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the core, that something was profoundly and terribly amiss. Without hesitation, she drove immediately to the Havenwood Sheriff's Department, her heart thumping with a heavy, persistent rhythm. Sheriff Brody, a man whose seemingly stern exterior belied a deep, intuitive understanding of his small, close-knit community, listened with an attentive and grave demeanor as Sarah meticulously recounted her accumulating concerns. He carefully noted her precise description of Alara's predictable habits, her well-known aversion to spontaneous or unplanned travel, and the crucial detail of her untouched parked car. Without delay, he dispatched 2 of his deputies, Miller and Jenkins, to the cottage to conduct an initial official welfare check. Their subsequent report corroborated Sarah's observations perfectly. There were no discernible signs of forced entry, no indications of a struggle, and nothing overtly amiss within the meticulously kept home. Yet the stark, undeniable truth remained. Alara Vance had simply vanished. Her disappearance, initially a quiet, almost imperceptible ripple on the surface of the community, began, slowly but surely, to stir the placid, peaceful waters of Havenwood, sending ever-widening circles of unease outwards. The formal missing person investigation commenced with a heightened sense of urgency. Sheriff Brody, fully recognizing the highly unusual nature of such a case, in a town where such events were exceedingly rare, made the decision to call in Detective Rees from the county sheriff's office. Detective Rees was a seasoned and highly respected investigator, renowned for his methodical approach, his keen analytical mind, and his unwavering persistence. The cottage, once a private sanctuary, now became the central, most critical focal point of their intensive inquiry. Forensic teams, moving with silent precision, meticulously scoured every surface, every nook and cranny, searching for any minute anomaly, any microscopic trace of evidence that might conceivably offer a clue, a thread to follow. They found nothing. No discernible fingerprints other than Alara's own, no foreign fibers, no disturbed dust patterns, no overturned objects. It was as if she had simply, impossibly, evaporated into thin air. Detectives proceeded to conduct exhaustive interviews with Alara's close friends and her limited circle of family members. Her friends consistently described her as a private individual, but one who was unfailingly reliable and consistently predictable. They firmly affirmed her ingrained routines and her distinct dislike for unexpected changes or disruptions. Her family, distraught and in deep distress, corroborated her consistently reliable nature, expressing profound shock at her unexplained absence. No one, absolutely no one, could begin to fathom why she would willingly leave without uttering a single word, abandoning her cherished home, her beloved art, and her affectionate cat. There were no known enemies, no recent conflicts or disagreements, no apparent financial troubles, and no romantic entanglements that could possibly provide a plausible explanation for such a sudden and enigmatic departure. Alara's life, by all accounts available to them, appeared to be an open book, albeit one notably devoid of any dramatic or unsettling chapters. The investigation then systematically shifted its focus to Alara's digital footprint, a modern-day trail of breadcrumbs. Her computer, her mobile phone, and her limited social media accounts all were meticulously examined with painstaking and exhaustive detail. Her email communications revealed no suspicious correspondence, no cryptic messages, no desperate pleas. Her phone logs showed only calls to her usual, expected contacts and to various utility providers. Her social media presence was notably minimal, primarily consisting of shared photographs of her serene paintings, entirely devoid of any personal drama or ambiguous, hidden messages. Her bank accounts displayed no unusual or large-scale activity, no significant withdrawals, no uncharacteristic purchases that might possibly suggest a secretly planned escape or journey. The financial trail, typically a clear and often revealing indicator of a person's intent, was in this case utterly frustratingly silent. This glaring lack of any digital evidence only served to deepen the profound mystery, suggesting a departure that was either incredibly well orchestrated and meticulously planned, or entirely and shockingly unexpected. The Havenwood community, initially reeling from shock, now began to feel the heavy, oppressive weight of apprehension and pervasive unease. Flyers bearing Alara's serene portrait, a gentle smile gracing her lips, were diligently posted in every shop window, affixed to lampposts, and displayed prominently in the local community center. Local news channels, their appetite for human interest stories piqued, quickly picked up the narrative, their on-site reporters describing Havenwood as a once peaceful town, now grappling with an unsettling and inexplicable void. Volunteers, driven by a shared concern for their missing neighbor, organized extensive search parties, meticulously combing the vast, dense, and often unforgiving woods that surrounded Alara's quiet cottage, their worried calls echoing plaintively through the ancient wilderness. They methodically explored abandoned cabins, pushed through dense, thorny thickets, and navigated remote, winding trails, but their exhaustive efforts yielded no trace whatsoever of Alara. The forest, ancient and seemingly indifferent to human plight, held its secrets close, unyielding. Detective Rees, a man accustomed to cases with clear motives or readily apparent signs of struggle, found himself in a truly unique and perplexing quandary. The profound absence of any signs of foul play within the meticulously preserved cottage was, to him, utterly perplexing. If Alara had indeed been abducted, it had occurred without a single sound, leaving behind absolutely no physical evidence, no shattered glass, no disturbed furniture. If she had, alternatively, left voluntarily, she had done so with an unparalleled level of premeditation and an almost impossible degree of secrecy, abandoning every single anchor that connected her to her established life. The overwhelming lack of any discernible clues was, in itself, a chilling and powerful clue. It strongly pointed to the unsettling presence of an unseen shadow, an undetectable influence, operating with chilling precision. As the weeks slowly, inevitably, turned into months, the initial flurry of intense investigative and community activity began, inexorably to wane. The once large search parties dwindled in size, their numbers shrinking with each passing day. The local news coverage became less frequent, eventually fading into occasional mentions. The missing person flyers, once crisp and brightly colored, began to fade under the relentless sun and curl at the edges, slowly becoming an almost invisible part of the familiar landscape. Yet, for Sheriff Brody, and Detective Reyes, Ilara Vance's inexplicable disappearance remained a gnawing enigma, a deeply frustrating puzzle with far too many crucial pieces still conspicuously missing. They tirelessly revisited interviews, meticulously re-examined every scrap of evidence, and patiently re-walked the winding path to Ilara's quiet cottage, endlessly hoping for a new perspective, a previously missed crucial detail to emerge from the pervasive silence. During one of these meticulous re-examinations of the crime scene, Detective Reyes's keen eye was drawn to a curious detail that had been logged in the initial report but had not been fully appreciated for its potential significance. A single faint scratch on the exterior of Ilara's cottage, located subtly near a window at the back of the house. It was remarkably small, almost imperceptible to the casual glance, easily dismissed as a random mark left by a stray branch or an accidental brush with some object. However, its precise position, low to the ground and somewhat obscured by a tangle of overgrown bushes, caused him to pause, to scrutinize it more closely. It seemed too precise, too deliberate for a casual, random abrasion. He immediately requested that the forensic team return and re-examine it with even greater scrutiny. Under closer magnification and specialized lighting, they identified microscopic traces of a dark foreign paint embedded within the scratch, a substance clearly not from the cottage itself, but introduced from an external source. This small, seemingly insignificant detail, a mere whisper of evidence, unexpectedly reignited a vital spark in the increasingly cold case. Detective Reyes began to seriously consider the unsettling possibility of an intruder, an individual who was exceptionally careful, who left behind only the most minimal and easily overlooked traces. The dark paint unequivocally suggested something brought to the scene, an object that had made contact and left an indelible mark. He then returned to a deeper examination of Ilara's life, searching for any connections, however remote or seemingly innocuous, to anyone who might conceivably possess such a distinctive item, something that could carry that particular dark foreign paint. His attention was then drawn, almost instinctively, to a local art supplier, a small independent shop that Ilara was known to frequent regularly for her artistic materials. The shop owner, Mr. Silas, a man with a sharp memory for his customers, remembered Ilara very well, describing her as a valued and consistent patron. Reyes inquired specifically about any unusual purchases made by Ilara, anything that might be out of character for her, or any other customers who had shown an unusual interest in her. Mr. Silas then recalled a particular customer, a man in his late 40s, named Marcus Thorne, who had been a source of slight unease for Ilara several months prior to her disappearance. This Marcus Thorne was also an artist, but one known for his intense, almost obsessive focus on the work of other artists, and specifically Ilara's. He had purchased several of Ilara's smaller finished pieces from a local gallery, and had, on more than one occasion, been observed lingering unusually long at the art supply shop, making overly detailed inquiries about Ilara's preferred brands of paint and brushes, even subtly asking about her usual schedule. Mr. Paris, Silas had initially dismissed this behavior as mere artistic admiration, perhaps a bit fervent, but in retrospect, a deeply disquieting and unsettling edge to Thorne's interest now undeniably surfaced. Crucially, Thorne's signature color in his own distinctive abstract works was a very dark, almost black, industrial-grade acrylic paint. Detective Reyes, now armed with this compelling new lead, swiftly obtained a search warrant for Marcus Thorne's art studio, which was housed in a converted warehouse on the quiet industrial outskirts of Havenwood. The studio itself was a chaotic yet vibrant symphony of colors, a dynamic space filled with large, half-finished canvases, tubes of paint, and scattered brushes. As detectives meticulously conducted their search, their trained eyes discovered a large, custom-made wooden art crate, noticeably similar in construction to those used for transporting particularly large paintings. This specific crate bore a fresh, albeit faint, scratch on its side. Within that seemingly insignificant scratch, forensic analysis conclusively confirmed the presence of microscopic paint traces that perfectly matched the distinct dark paint sample found on the exterior of Alara's cottage. Marcus Thorne was subsequently brought in for thorough questioning. He presented himself initially as a passionate, if somewhat eccentric, artist. He readily admitted his profound admiration for Alara's artistic work, even going so far as to confess to visiting her cottage on occasion, sometimes merely to observe her from a distance, driven, as he claimed, by a powerful urge for artistic inspiration. He vehemently denied any direct involvement in her perplexing disappearance, asserting that he had been diligently working in his studio alone during the entire time frame she was believed to have vanished. However, Detective Rees, persistent and unwavering, pressed Thorne on the crucial evidence of the wooden crate and the undeniable presence of the matching paint. Thorne's carefully constructed demeanor visibly shifted. His initial artistic fervor and almost aloof confidence gave way to a strained, unnerving silence, which then rapidly devolved into a nervous tremor that ran through his body. He began to contradict himself, his carefully rehearsed story slowly and inexorably unraveling under the weight of the evidence. Faced with the mounting and irrefutable circumstantial evidence, he eventually, reluctantly confessed, his voice barely a raw whisper, barely audible in the quiet interrogation room. Thorne admitted that his initial artistic admiration for Alara had spiraled, uncontrollably, into an unhealthy, consuming obsession. He had developed a deeply twisted belief that he needed her very essence, her unique and extraordinary artistic vision, to achieve the ultimate completion of his own magnum opus, a grand, ambitious painting that he felt was incomplete without her influence. On the fateful night of her disappearance, he recounted, he had approached her quiet cottage, not with the initial intent of violence, but with a misguided, desperate desire to somehow persuade her to collaborate with him, to merge their artistic souls. He had brought the large wooden crate with him, intending, he claimed, to transport her most prized unfinished painting back to his own studio for this forced collaboration. He had gently tapped on her window, a soft sound in the still night, but it had startled her profoundly. In the ensuing moments of panic, confusion, and a desperate struggle, Alara had tragically fallen, hitting her head with a dull thud. The impact, he chillingly explained, had been fatal. In a state of overwhelming terror and profound shock, Thorne had made a horrifying and irreversible decision. He had carefully, yet frantically, placed Alara's lifeless body inside the large wooden art crate, meticulously sealed it shut, and then, under the dense concealing shroud of deepest darkness, loaded it into his own van. He had driven for countless hours to a truly remote, seldom used logging road nestled deep within the vast ancient forest, many miles from the now haunted tranquility of Havenwood. There, with grim determination, he had buried the heavy crate and Alara's body beneath a thick, concealing carpet of fragrant pine needles and decaying leaves, artfully camouflaging the disturbed earth with natural debris, intending for her to become as utterly unseen and forgotten as the fleeting shadows of the forest itself. He had then, with chilling precision, driven her own car back to her cottage, carefully leaving it in her driveway to maintain the insidious illusion of a voluntary, unannounced departure and unexplained vanishing act. Thorn meticulously detailed how he had then obsessively cleaned his van and his studio, destroying any clothing or tools that might have carried the slightest traces of the crime, convinced he had erased every single piece of evidence. He had deluded himself into believing that no one would ever possibly connect him to Alara, firmly convinced that his actions had been flawlessly executed, leaving behind no discernible trail, no breadcrumbs for anyone to follow. The faint scratch on the wooden crate and the microscopic, almost invisible specks of paint, however, were the silent, steadfast witnesses he could not erase, the tiny, almost imperceptible threads that slowly, inexorably unspooled his carefully constructed tapestry of lies and deception. The eventual discovery of Alara Vance's remains brought a profound, albeit somber, closure to the bewildered community of Havenwood, but it did little to diminish the deep, abiding sorrow that settled over the town. The quiet community, once primarily defined by its peaceful, unassuming charm, now carried the heavy, enduring burden of a deeply hidden tragedy, a chilling testament to the unseen, malevolent shadows that can, tragically lurk, even in the most outwardly serene and tranquil of places. Marcus Thorne was subsequently charged with murder. During the ensuing trial, his defense team attempted to meticulously portray the act as accidental, a tragic and unforeseen misstep born purely of a misdirected artistic fervor. However, the prosecution presented a compelling, irrefutable case of calculated concealment and a chilling, profound disregard for human life, powerfully emphasizing his meticulous and deliberate efforts to hide the crime from discovery. The jury, after careful deliberation, returned a verdict of guilty, and Thorne received a sentence that unequivocally reflected the immense gravity and cold calculation of his reprehensible actions. The story of Alara Vance stands as a quiet yet powerful reminder that even in the most tranquil and seemingly secure settings, an unseen shadow can tragically emerge from the depths, leaving behind it a profound silence that speaks volumes, echoing with loss. It starkly underscores the insidious and corrosive nature of unchecked obsession and the painstaking, inevitable unraveling of secrets that have been long held, desperately hidden in the suffocating darkness. As the quiet descends around you and you gently prepare for the embrace of rest, may the stillness bring not unease, but a profound, comforting sense of peace, a quiet assurance that even the deepest, most carefully concealed shadows can, eventually, be illuminated by the unwavering, persistent light of truth, bringing a semblance of closure to those who seek it.